Chapter 213. Oh no, we've been fooled by that kid. Seeing Yi Chin Fong take Yu Nick Hang into the restriction and disappear. Hey Mo, Black Turtle King, and the others were so angry that their lungs exploded. They attacked the energy ripples of the restriction. Because this restriction was forcibly changed by Yi Chin Fong, it became fragile in a short time. Black Turtle King and the others attacked fiercely, constantly destroying the formation and tearing the restriction bit by bit. Phew, finally in. After smoothly entering the inner mansion, Yi Chin Fong breathed a sigh of relief and looked around the environment. What a beautiful place! Yi Chin Fong had seen a lot of fairyland-like scenery, but when he first entered the inner mansion, he was still disappointed by the beautiful scenery in front of him. A vast sea of clouds flowed slowly between the immortal mountains. Numerous ancient trees were covered with mouth-watering fruits. Countless spirit springs gushed out from underground. The spiritual energy in the air made people feel relaxed and happy just by inhaling it. How can the scenery in the inner mansion be so beautiful? Looking at the dreamlike scenery in front of her, Yu Nick Hang exclaimed. Her eyes were full of intoxication. Let's go, Chin Fong. Let's go to the inner mansion to find opportunities. After entering the inner mansion, which was like a paradise, Yu Nick Hang couldn't wait to find her own opportunity. Wait, Nick Hang, don't move. Just when Yu Nick Hang wanted to run over and pick a bright red fruit to quench her thirst, Yi Chin Fong suddenly reached out and grabbed her. What's wrong, Chin Fong? Is there danger here? Seeing Yi Chin Fong's face suddenly become serious, Yu Nick Hang immediately stopped and asked softly, What we see is not real. If I'm not wrong, the beautiful scenery in front of us is the illusion of the formation. There is danger here. Yi Chin Fong looked at the beautiful scenery in front of him like lightning and released the power of the God-Eater brain. Sword Puppet, attack the 100-meter-tall tree in the northwest. Yi Chin Fong's gaze locked onto a 100-meter-tall tree in the northwest. It was a giant tree with luxuriant foliage that looked like a pillar that supported the heavens. He gave the sword puppet an order. So, when the sword puppet approached the 100-meter-tall tree with its titanic fault celestial sword, bolts of lightning descended from the heavens without any warning, bombarding the sword puppet's body with extreme speed. As expected, there is danger here. Yu Nichang's expression changed slightly as she watched the continuous lightning strikes. If Yi Chin Fong had not stopped her in time, she would have been seriously injured by the sudden lightning strikes. Withstanding the thunderous attacks from the ninth heaven, the sword spirit puppet approached the 100-meter-long giant tree at an extremely fast speed and launched a fierce attack at it. The crescent-shaped sword shadows kept attacking the giant tree. The sharp sword light took away all the brilliance in the surroundings. The violent fluctuations in the air kept producing the sound of cloth being torn. After a round of fierce attacks, the 100-meter-tall giant tree was reduced to dust and scattered in the air. Then, the picturesque space suddenly shattered like broken glass, and a slowly moving ancient formation shrouded over their heads. As expected, the scenery just now was the illusion of the formation. Looking at the ancient formation in front of him, which was emitting a simple and austere aura, Yi Chin Fong's expression became even more serious. This was because he sensed a strong killing intent from this ancient formation. Sword Puppet, help us open a path. Nick Hang, you stand in the middle. I'll cover the rear. Let's go. With that, Yi Chin Fong and the other two lined up and rushed into the ancient formation that was filled with intense killing intent. The moment Yi Chin Fong and the other two walked into the ancient formation, the ancient formation was activated. A powerful pressure surged from the sky like a towering mountain and pressed down on the three of them. Facing this pressure, the sword puppet's energy was constantly depleted. Yi Chin Fong and Yu Nick Hang quickly circulated their 6 Meridian Divine Shield to increase their physical strength. They withstood the pressure and walked step by step towards the end of the ancient formation. Roar, roar, Yi Chin Fong and the other two withstood the huge pressure and slowly moved forward. A large amount of thunder surged from all directions and gathered into 3 10-meter-long thunder flood dragons, with a single horn on their heads that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They launched an attack at them. Facing the 3 thunder flood dragons' attack, the sword puppet didn't dodge at all. While withstanding the attacks of the thunder flood dragons, it used the gigantic fault heavenly sword to counterattack and damage the thunder flood dragons' bodies. Roar! While the sword puppet was fighting against the 3 thunder flood dragons by itself, another 2 terrifying thunder flood dragons appeared and attacked Yi Qinfeng from behind. Facing the sudden attack, a loud dragon roar resounded from Yi Qinfeng's body. A terrifying blood dragon phantom appeared behind him and increased his soul power. Collapsing cloud palm. Fusing with the blood dragon's power, Yi Qinfeng poured 400,000 Jin of strength into his right palm and launched a collapsing cloud palm at the 2 blood dragon seals. It bombarded the head of a thunder flood dragon that was close to him. Rumble! Deafening thunder resounded. The huge thunder flood dragon was pushed back by Yi Qinfeng's 400,000 Jin of strength and the collapsing cloud palm. Yu Nichang's attack with the Aquamoon Everlasting Sword also forcefully resisted the last thunder flood dragon's attack. Don't continue fighting. Full speed ahead. Although Yi Qinfeng's group resisted the thunder flood dragon's attack with their attacks, the thunder flood dragons were unkillable in this ancient formation. Realizing this problem, Yi Qinfeng's group continued to move forward while enduring the immense pressure and the thunder flood dragon's attacks. As they went deeper, the number of thunder flood dragons in the ancient formation increased. The pressure on Yi Qinfeng's group increased. In the end, dozens of murderous thunder flood dragons completely sealed off their path, preventing them from moving forward. Nick Hang, are you all right? Yi Qinfeng looked at Yu Nichang, who was panting and exhausted, and asked with concern. Although Yu Nichang's cultivation was much higher than Yi Qinfeng's, Yi Qinfeng had the primal chaos divine wood. His resistance to lightning was extremely high. In addition to his extraordinary physical strength, his consumption was much less than Yu Nichang's. Don't worry about me. I can still hold on. Yu Nichang took a deep breath and replied. However, the attacks of dozens of thunder flood dragons were too terrifying. The overwhelming attacks completely enveloped them. Life spirit technique. The situation was urgent. Yi Qinfeng knew that he could no longer hide his strength. He instantly burned 50 years of his life force. A large amount of life force erupted in his body, rapidly increasing his cultivation level. In an instant, Yi Qinfeng's cultivation level rose from level 4 Celestial Beast Immortal to level 3 Celestial Beast Grandmaster. The blood dragon's roar resounded through the sky. Sword puppet, attack with all your might. After using the life spirit technique to increase his cultivation level by 5 minor realms, Yi Qinfeng's strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. He roared and attacked together with the sword puppet, attacking the dozens of thunder flood dragons that were blocking their path. 7 swords of judgment, extreme frost. The terrifying power of the great path quickly evolved. The extreme frost sword aura was like a meteor falling to the mortal world. It froze the void and annihilated the lightning released by the dozens of thunder flood dragons. At this time, the sword puppet burned the power of 50,000 mid-grade soul crystals. Its entire body merged with the gigantic fault heavenly sword, turning into a giant sword that cut through the void. It slashed forward with shocking destructive power. Nick Hang, let's go. The moment the sword puppet turned into a sword and attacked with all its might, Yi Qinfeng summoned the golden rock wings. He hugged the exhausted and panting Yu Nichang in his arms and broke out of the ancient array at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 214. Sword Puppet, continue to burn mid-grade soul crystals and attack with all your might. Sensing that the sword puppet had burned 50,000 mid-grade soul crystals and was about to run out of energy, Yi Qinfeng ordered it to burn mid-grade soul crystals at all costs and attack with unstoppable momentum. As the sword spirit puppet continuously burned mid-grade soul crystals to attack, the lightning flood dragons that tried to block its path were all slashed apart. A large number of thunderous booms rang out in the ancient formation, causing Yi Qinfeng and the sword spirit puppet souls to tremble. A large amount of blood flowed out of their 7 orifices. After about half an hour, Yi Qinfeng and the other 2 had torn apart dozens of thunder dragons that tried to stop them and appeared at the edge of the ancient array. Rumble! With a powerful aftershock, the sword puppet slashed at the light barrier at the edge of the ancient array with all its might. A large number of cracks appeared on the barrier surface and quickly spread in all directions. 7 swords of judgment, extreme cold. Yi Qinfeng saw that the sword puppet's all-out attack had failed to break through the light barrier. The golden rock flapped its wings violently, withstanding the terrifying spatial pressure, and flew into the air. It charged at the cracked light barrier and slashed out a sword light of the great Tao. Boom! The extreme cold sword light, formed from the power of the great Tao, tore through the gravitational space and tore apart a thunder dragon that was whizzing towards it. Let's go! The restriction light screen was broken. The golden rock's wings flapped violently. He swooped down and appeared beside Yu Nishang, holding her in his arms. Together with the sword spirit puppet, they passed through the restriction light screen that was quickly closing up. They successfully flew out of this ancient formation that was filled with killing intent and entered a simple and ancient hall. Huff! Huff! We finally made it out. After narrowly passing through the ancient array, Yi Qinfeng gasped for breath. He still had lingering fears from what he had just experienced. However, in order to break out of the ancient array, the sword puppet had consumed nearly 200,000 mid-grade soul crystals. Yi Qinfeng had also burned 50 years of his lifespan. This consumption was beyond Yi Qinfeng's expectations. I originally thought that nearly 1 million mid-grade soul crystals would be enough to support the sword puppet's consumption. But now that we've just entered the inner mansion, we've consumed nearly 400,000 mid-grade soul crystals. If this situation continues, I'll soon run out of mid-grade soul crystals. Yi Qinfeng muttered to himself in distress as he fused another 300,000 mid-grade soul crystals into the sword puppet's body. Nick Hang, let's keep going. Yi Qinfeng guessed that the inner mansion's restrictions might not be able to stop the Black Turtle King. In order to prevent them from catching up, Yi Qinfeng and Nick Hang each drank a small mouthful of heavenly fate water. They instantly recovered their consumed soul force and walked into a long corridor. And on the walls on both sides of this corridor, huge ancient totem paintings were hung. These ancient paintings depicted flood dragons soaring into the sky, thousands of Yao attacking a city, a great battle between humans and Yao, a bloody massacre for thousands of miles. As they walked, Yi Qinfeng and Nick Hang felt as if their souls were being sucked away by these ancient paintings. It was as if they were personally experiencing the scenes in these ancient paintings. Slowly, Yi Qinfeng and Nick Hang walked slower and slower. More and more white appeared in their eyes as they lost themselves. But the moment Yi Qinfeng's soul was lost, the God-Eater brain released a powerful swallowing power. It swallowed the illusions that were eroding his soul and woke him up. Nick Hang, wake up quickly. Yi Qinfeng suddenly woke up. He discovered that Yu Nichang's pupils had disappeared and her eyes were completely white. Her breathing was chaotic and she was restless. She felt as if she was possessed. He immediately let out a deafening roar and woke her up from the illusions. What's wrong? What's wrong with me? After waking up, Nick Hang felt an intense killing intent in her heart. She had an impulse to kill someone. She quickly looked at Yi Qinfeng and asked in alarm. Yi Qinfeng used the God-Eater brain's power to sense the strangeness of these ancient paintings. He whispered, There's something wrong with these ancient paintings. They can make our souls lose themselves and make us lose ourselves. Yi Chen Feng said, Nick Hang, close your eyes and don't look at these ancient paintings. This way, the illusions will have less effect on you. I'll take you away from here. Okay. Yu Nick Hang nodded obediently and closed her eyes. She allowed Yi Chen Feng to hold her soft little hand and lead her to the end of this winding corridor. As they went deeper, the illusions produced by the ancient paintings became stronger and stronger. A large number of illusory scenes appeared before Yi Chen Feng's eyes, trying to lose his soul. However, with the God-Eater brain's power, Yi Chen Feng saw through the nature of these illusions. He held Yu Nichang's little hand and quickly walked to the end of the corridor. Around 2 hours later, Yi Chen Feng and the other two walked through a corridor that was hundreds of thousands of meters long. When they reached the end of the corridor, they discovered that at the end of the corridor, there were two statues with their eyes closed. They wore golden armor and held dragon-headed swords. They were mighty and unyielding. What a powerful soul fluctuation! Yi Chen Feng's powerful soul perception sensed the intense soul energy fluctuations from these two statues. He immediately became alert and ordered the sword puppet to protect Yu Nick Hang, who had her eyes closed and a painful expression on her face as she struggled to resist the illusions. He then walked over alone. When Yi Chen Feng was 3 meters away from these two statues, they suddenly opened their eyes. A powerful soul energy surged out and instantly transformed into two soul war gods holding dragon-headed swords. They slashed at Yi Chen Feng. Blood Dragon, fuse! Suddenly attacked by two soul war gods, a powerful dragon's roar resounded in Yi Chen Feng's body. Endless red light gushed out and instantly condensed into a several 100-meter-long blood dragon. 400,000 gene of strength slash! The moment he fused with the blood dragon, Yi Chen Feng burst out with 400,000 gene of strength. He held the gigantic fault heavenly sword and clashed with the two soul war gods. Although the two soul war gods' attack power was terrifying, their defense was extremely weak as they had soul bodies. Yi Chen Feng used the shifting phantom and created 9 afterimages. He dodged the attacks while waiting for an opportunity to attack their bodies. 7 swords of judgment, extreme cold. Yi Chen Feng fought fiercely with the two soul gods of war for the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. Suddenly, he found the best opportunity to attack. His perfect sword aura surged out of his body, and the power of deduction of the great Tao transformed into an extremely cold sword ray. He attacked the two soul gods of war whose bodies were overlapping. Tisk tisk. After facing the extreme cold sword light head-on, the two soul war gods' bodies exploded and turned into soul energy that filled the sky. However, at the next moment, the soul energy that filled the void surged and rushed into Yi Chen Feng's soul. It wanted to tear his soul apart. God-Eater brain, devour! However, Yi Chen Feng was prepared. The moment the river-like soul energy rushed into his soul, he immediately controlled the God-Eater brain to devour it. A devouring whirlpool formed in Yi Chen Feng's mind and devoured the soul energy of the two soul war gods. Crack! After the soul energy was devoured, the two statues immediately shattered. The door at the end of the corridor opened automatically. An ancient and turbid aura rushed into the corridor. Let's go! Yi Chen Feng hugged Yu Nick Hang in his arms. He and the sword puppet rushed out of the corridor that was filled with illusions. They entered the inner hall that was filled with dense spiritual energy and many statues. Chapter 215. How many years has it been? Finally, someone has entered this place. When Yi Chen Feng walked into the inner hall, hundreds of statues opened their eyes at the same time. Then a powerful soul force appeared above the inner hall, converging into an old face. Senior, are you the dwelling spirit of this underwater cave? Looking at the old face in front of him, Yi Qinfeng immediately guessed that it was very likely the dwelling spirit of this underwater cave. Yes, I am the dwelling spirit of this underwater cave. The old face said in a deep voice, "If you can pass the various tests here, you can obtain the inheritance of this cave. If you choose to give up, I will also give you some benefits. After all, you're the first humans to reach this place. Senior, what benefits will you give me if we choose to give up?" Yu Nikhang didn't want to be a burden to Yi Qinfeng. She bit her alluring red lips and looked at the old face as she asked, "A mass of sea heart essence that can increase one's cultivation and a demon crystal bone." The old face said, "Okay, Junior chooses to give up." Yu Nikhang said without hesitation, "Nikhang, didn't we agree to enter the underwater cave together? Why did you suddenly give up? Don't you want the opportunities here?" Yi Qinfeng didn't expect Yu Nikhang to give up and quickly asked, "Qinfeng, I am already very satisfied to be able to reach this place and obtain the sea heart essence and demon crystal bone. I will wait here for you. I will wait for you to return with a full load." Yu Nikhang looked at Yi Qinfeng with a gentle gaze and said softly, Okay, Qinfeng, I have made up my mind. You don't need to persuade me." Yu Nikhang gently extended a finger and pressed it on Yi Qinfeng's lips. She gently shook her head and said, Yi Qinfeng knew why Yu Nikhang chose to give up and was worried about her safety, so he asked, "Senior Manor Spirit, if my friend chooses to give up and wait here, can you protect her? I'm afraid that the enemies behind her will do something to her. As long as she doesn't leave this place, I will naturally protect her safety. However, if she leaves on her own accord, then I can't do anything about it," the old face said with a deep voice. "Thank you, Senior." Hearing the mansion spirit's promise, Yi Qinfeng was relieved. He looked at Yu Nichang's charming face and said, "Nikhang, since you've made up your mind, then wait for me here. If I get the opportunity to enter the Immortal's Cave, I'll give you a share. Qinfeng, be careful. I'll wait for you." Yu Nikhang nodded. Suddenly, she stood on her tiptoes and gently kissed Yi Qinfeng on the cheek. Yi Qinfeng looked at Yu Nichang's watery eyes and nodded heavily. "Junior, have you decided to continue with the test? If you fail the test, you may very well lose your life. Furthermore, the ultimate inheritance left behind by Master is not easy to obtain. However, you have your own advantages. That is, your bone age is very young, so the difficulty will be relatively lower." The mansion's spirit looked at Yi Qinfeng's determined eyes and reminded him, "I have already decided. I will continue to take the test." Yi Qinfeng nodded his head and said firmly, "Good. There are 3 paths in this inner hall. They are the path of thorns, the path of ice and snow, and the path of earth. Choose one and continue forward," the mansion's spirit said. Junior chooses the path of ice and snow. With the profound frost spirit water, Yi Qinfeng's resistance to water attribute energy was stronger, so he said without hesitation, "All right, you may continue forward. However, on the path of ice and snow, you can only rely on yourself. This clone of yours cannot help you," the mansion's spirit said. "Junior understands. Nikhang, I'm leaving. Be good and wait for me here." After saying that, Yi Qinfeng put the sword puppet into his Qinkuan pouch. He transformed into an afterimage and rushed into the path of ice and snow with extreme speed. "Senior, do you think Qinfeng has a chance to obtain the cave mansion's inheritance?" Yu Nikhang asked worriedly as she watched Yi Qinfeng leave. "Although his talent is not bad, his chance of obtaining the cave mansion's inheritance is only 1%. The mansion's spirit said in a deep voice. 1%? So low. Yu Nichang's expression changed. She quickly asked, "What will happen if he fails?" "With his strength, once he fails the test, there is almost no chance of survival. However, he will have at least 2 chances to give up later on, so there is still hope for him to survive," the mansion's spirit said without a trace of emotion. "All right, This is the sea heart essence, and the magic crystal bone are my rewards for you. You can choose to refine them here or take them away." After saying that, the mansion's spirit opened its huge mouth. A mass of water blue, very viscous sea heart essence, and a pitch-black, fist-sized magic crystal bone flew out and landed on Yunichang's hand. This magic crystal bone is so big. Seeing the magic crystal bone in front of her, Yunichang revealed a deep shock because this magic crystal bone was several times bigger than what Yi Qinfeng had given her. Moreover, Yunichang did not feel any demonic qi from this magic crystal bone. Clearly, the mansion's spirit had helped her refine the demonic qi contained in the magic crystal bone, so she could refine it without worry. Junior chooses to refine it here. Yunichang took a deep breath and decided to refine the sea heart essence and the magic crystal bone to increase her realm and strength. This way, she would be able to help Yi Qinfeng. "All right, you can rest assured and cultivate here. No one can disturb you here. When the 1 year is up, I will send you away." After saying that, the mansion's spirit spat out a mass of light mist, which enveloped Yunichang's body. Rumble! Just as Yunichang was circulating the soul mantra and absorbing the sea heart essence bit by bit, a deafening explosion rang out. The strongest black tortoise monarch smashed open the door at the end of the hallway and entered the inner hall. He immediately saw you, Nichang bathed in the light mist. "Roar! Tell this king, where did that bastard go?" The black tortoise monarch walked with heavy steps and appeared in front of you, Nichang. He let out a ferocious roar and loudly questioned. Hearing the black tortoise monarch's question, Yunichang ignored him and continued to absorb the sea heart essence to increase her strength. "Mother asterisk her, are you deaf? This king is asking you a question." The black tortoise monarch saw that Yunichang was ignoring him and became angry. He held a heavy axe that weighed 10,000 jin and chopped towards the light curtain that enveloped Yunichang's body. "Little tortoise, don't be impudent." At this moment, the mansion's spirit appeared. A powerful pressure enveloped the black tortoise monarch and forcibly suppressed his body, making him unable to move. "Who are you?" The black tortoise monarch exploded with a force of 1,000,000 jin, but he was unable to shake the pressure released by the mansion's spirit. His heart trembled, and he became a lot more obedient. "I am the mansion's spirit of this cave. Little tortoise, you have 2 choices now. Either you continue to move forward, or you choose to give up like her. If you choose to give up, I can give you some benefits." The mansion's spirit intimidated the black tortoise monarch and asked in a deep voice, "I choose to move forward." Hearing the mansion's spirit call him a little tortoise, the black tortoise monarch was furious. However, the mansion's spirit gave him too much deterrence, so he did not dare to be impudent. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "Just as the black tortoise monarch entered the path of thorns, black demon, sword demon, snake demon, 8-eyed toad, Xingyan and lonely Tianqing appeared one after another in the inner palace. As for the other people from the 4 forces, they had all lost themselves in the hallway of illusion and killed each other. In the end, the cowardly Xingyan and lonely Tianqing chose to give up and only obtain the sea heart essence." Chapter 216. It's so cold. If my physical strength wasn't strong enough, I would have been frostbitten by the temperature here. Stepping onto the road of ice and snow, Yi Qinfeng could clearly feel that the temperature around him was dropping rapidly. The terrifying cold air was constantly eroding his body, trying to freeze him. Chaos divine would devour. A large amount of cold air invaded his body. While Yi Qinfeng controlled the chaos divine would to devour it, he released the profound frost spirit water to cover his body and resist the cold air on the road of ice and snow. With the protection of the profound frost spirit water, Yi Qinfeng's pressure was greatly reduced. He summoned the golden rock wings and flew towards the end of the road of ice and snow at an extremely fast speed. Yi Qinfeng flew for more than 2 hours and found a huge glacier in front of him. With his keen perception, he felt a strong sense of danger in this glacier that was dozens of miles long. Clearly, there was an unknown danger in this glacier that blocked his way. What's in this glacier? Yi Qinfeng flapped his golden rock wings and carefully approached the huge glacier. When he appeared 10 meters away from the glacier, a deafening explosion sounded. Cracks that were thousands of meters long appeared on the surface of the glacier. A giant hand that seemed to be condensed from ice covered the sky and covered the sun and rushed towards Yi Qinfeng. For 100,000 pounds of strength explode. Suddenly facing the attack of the ice hand, Yi Qinfeng decisively took out the titanic fault heavenly sword and merged it with the power of his spirit beast, the blood dragon. He raised his strength to the peak and flapped his golden rock wings to meet the attack. Wind shadow slash. Perfect sword aura burst out. Yi Qinfeng, who was flying at high speed, slashed with the titanic fault heavenly sword. The sword aura that was full of power and sword aura was like a crescent moon that cut through the sky and slashed at the ice hand. Crack! After facing Yi Qinfeng's full strength attack, cracks appeared on the surface of the ice hand. Yi Qinfeng's wind shadow slash was also shattered by the ice hand. After shattering the wind shadow slash, a large hand of ice covered with cracks descended from the sky with a powerful pressure, heading straight for Yi Qinfeng. 7 swords of judgment, extreme cold. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath. His perfect sword form began to derive the power of the great Tao. He struck out with the strongest attack that he currently possessed. The sword that was filled with the power of the great Tao pierced through the ice hand that covered an area of nearly 1 mile. Yes, this is a magic crystal bone. Yi Qinfeng's 7 swords of judgment pierced through the ice hand, and a magic crystal bone the size of a goose egg fell out from the broken ice hand. Yi Qinfeng then put it into his cosmos bag. After obtaining a magic crystal bone, Yi Qinfeng didn't slow down. His golden rock wings flashed violently, stirring up gusts of cold wind. He passed through the shattered glacier and continued on his way. While Yi Qinfeng was traversing the path of ice and snow, the Black Turtle King, Snake Demon King, Black Demon, and the others were also being tested. However, their bone ages were much older than Yi Qinfeng's, so their tests were much more difficult than Yi Qinfeng's. Instant kill sword. An extremely thin sword shadow streaked across the sky. Yi Qinfeng wielded the titanic sword and slashed through the ice sculpture's body. The 6th magic, crystal bone. I wonder if the sword puppet can fuse with these magic crystal bones? Relying on his absolute attack power to shatter the ice sculpture, Yi Qinfeng obtained another magic crystal bone the size of a goose egg. Including this one, Yi Qinfeng now had 6 magic crystal bones. He was preparing to use them to replace mid-grade soul crystals and make energy stones for the sword puppet. Days passed. Yi Qinfeng tirelessly killed on the path of ice and snow for 6 days, obtaining 18 magic crystal bones. After 6 days of bloody battles, Yi Qinfeng felt that his cultivation foundation had become more solid. If it wasn't for the dangers of the path of ice and snow, he would have wanted to refine a magic crystal bone and break through to the level 5 Heavenly Beast Immortal Realm. After another 2 days, Yi Qinfeng finally reached the end of the path of ice and snow. The number of magic crystal bones in his body had reached 26. A mirror. Why is there a mirror at the end of the path of ice and snow? Yi Qinfeng was at the end of the path of ice and snow. He didn't find the way out, but he found a mirror. He revealed a surprised expression. Could it be that I have to break this mirror to leave this path of ice and snow? Yi Qinfeng muttered to himself. Wielding the titanic sword, he approached the strange mirror. Before he could attack the mirror, an illusory light was projected from the mirror. It shone on his body and penetrated his soul. He was reflected in the mirror. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng's mirror image walked out of the mirror. He was also holding the titanic sword in his hand. Defeat me and you can move on. The loser will die. The mirror image spoke in the same voice as Yi Qinfeng. He pointed the titanic sword at Yi Qinfeng and said with a murderous intent, "Interesting. The test of this path of ice and snow is really interesting." Yi Qinfeng looked at the mirror image that was pointing the sword at him. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. He revealed a faint smile and said with a high fighting spirit, "Roar." A deafening dragon roar sounded. A blood dragon that was hundreds of meters long emerged from Yi Qinfeng's body. Its powerful dragon aura made people shudder. The moment Yi Qinfeng summoned the blood dragon, a blood dragon also emerged from the mirror image. It circled in the air and roared at Yi Qinfeng. What? When Yi Qinfeng saw that his mirror image had actually summoned a spirit beast that looked exactly like him, a look of shock appeared on his cold face. Could it be that this mirror image has all of my abilities? I can only defeat him if I surpass myself. Yi Qinfeng finally understood the true difficulty of the path of ice and snow. Defeating the enemy wasn't scary. Defeating oneself was scary. All right, I want to see who is more powerful. Yi Qinfeng calmed himself down and shouted. The blood dragon that was hundreds of meters long entered his body and instantly increased his soul power. Instant kill. His soul power surged. Yi Qinfeng wielded the titanic sword and formed an extremely thin sword shadow. He stabbed it at the mirror image's throat. Yi Qinfeng used the instant kill to attack. The mirror image did the exact same thing as Yi Qinfeng. It merged with the blood dragon and used the instant kill to counter the attack. The two sword shadows that were faster than the speed of light collided. Instantly, dense energy halos surged and fluctuated violently. 400,000 kilograms of strength explode. The moment the two sword tips collided, Yi Qinfeng's powerful physical strength exploded. It was like a surging tide that surged into the titanic sword. He wanted to rely on his absolute strength to suppress the mirror image. Kacha! After being attacked by Yi Qinfeng's 400,000 kilograms of strength, the mirror image couldn't withstand this powerful force. It took a step back uncontrollably and crushed the hard ice road. But in the next moment, the mirror image's arm muscles tightened. It also exploded with 400,000 kilograms of strength and instantly resisted Yi Qinfeng's powerful attack. Shifting Phantom. Relying on absolute strength, Yi Qinfeng didn't gain any advantage. He immediately changed his tactic. He used Shifting Phantom and instantly formed 9 fast afterimages that surrounded the mirror image. He wanted to rely on his rich combat experience to suppress the mirror image. But the mirror image was more difficult to deal with than he imagined. After exchanging blows, he realized that the mirror image's combat experience was no weaker than his. More importantly, the mirror image didn't feel tired at all in the fierce battle. It was a great threat to Yi Qinfeng. Chapter 217. Swish, swish, swish. A series of ear-piercing sounds rang out as the mirror image continued to unleash the instant kill. The lightning-fast sword radiance swept up a boundless sword aura as it continuously attacked Yi Qinfeng's body, forcing him to retreat continuously. The blood and qi in his body churned violently as a stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Perfect sword aura for 100,000 strength. Break for me. In an absolutely disadvantageous situation, Yi Qinfeng roared as the world-shaking perfect sword aura and 400,000 pounds of strength were all infused into the gigantic K heavenly sword, activating its attacking power and thrusting it towards the incoming instant kill. Wang! As the two powerful attacks clashed together, a series of explosive sounds rang out. A terrifying force passed through the gigantic K heavenly sword and rushed into Yi Qinfeng's arm, causing the skin on his arm to crack. A large amount of blood flowed out uncontrollably, dyeing his arm red. You are not a match for me. You had better give up early and let me send you to the next world. the mirror image said arrogantly as it looked at the pale Yi Qinfeng, whose arm was bleeding profusely. I will not give up until the very last moment. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and suppressed the injuries on his body. He held the heavy, gigantic heavenly sword tightly and said with a resolute tone. At the moment when his body was injured, Yi Qinfeng wanted to use the Shadow Golden Needle Talisman to directly attack the mirror image's soul and turn the situation around. However, he gave up in the end. If I cannot even defeat myself, then how can I pursue the Supreme Tao? How can I reach the peak of the martial Tao? Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath as he clenched his fists and reignited his fighting spirit. Interesting. I want to see how long you can last. Looking at Yi Qinfeng's eyes that were burning with fighting spirit, the mirror image smiled coldly and continued to attack Yi Qinfeng with the gigantic heavenly sword. Perfect sword, aura, chop. Looking at the mirror image that was brimming with killing intent, Yi Qinfeng, who had reignited his fighting spirit, once again clashed with the mirror image. Rumble. As the two of them fought fiercely, waves of destructive chi waves rolled out in all directions. The terrifying power shook the ground of the ice and snow road, causing it to tremble violently. Flowing cloud pierce. Wind shadow slash. Instant kill. In order to injure the mirror image, Yi Qinfeng spared no effort to perform the sword skill of annihilation over and over again. His attacks flowed smoothly like water, gradually turning the tables around. Good chance. When Yi Qinfeng unleashed a force of 400,000 jin and clashed head-on with the mirror image's attack and forced it back, the mirror image revealed a rare opening. Yi Qinfeng did not waste this rare opportunity. His entire body turned into an extremely thin sword shadow. The sword cut through the cold air and stabbed towards the mirror image's chest. Chi, a piercing fiery light, lit up on the mirror image's chest. When Yi Qinfeng executed the instant kill, the sword image did not pierce through the mirror image's body. It only left a long sword wound on the mirror image's chest. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. What? There is a problem with the mirror image's body? This test is not fair. Yi Qinfeng did not expect the mirror image's body to be so tough. His full-powered attack with the titanic, full, heavenly sword was actually unable to harm it. This made Yi Qinfeng's heart fall to the bottom. I already said that you cannot defeat me. You had better give up obediently. Don't put up a pointless struggle, the mirror image said arrogantly as it looked at the gloomy and panting Yi Qinfeng. I also told you, I won't give up until the last moment. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and cleared his mind of all distracting thoughts. He looked at the mirror image with a burning gaze and once again unleashed a powerful force to attack it. Profound frost spirit water. When he was 3 meters away from the mirror image, Yi Qinfeng released the profound frost spirit water that gushed out of his body and froze the mirror image. Kacha! The mirror image was attacked by the profound frost spirit water, and its body immediately condensed into a thick layer of ice. Its entire body was frozen. Collapsing cloud palm. Yi Qinfeng roared. 400,000 jin of strength gushed out of his palm and pressed towards the mirror image that was frozen by the profound frost spirit water. The powerful palm shattered the ice and fiercely pressed against the mirror image's chest. The collapsing cloud palm that was filled with 400,000 jin of strength was enough to shatter a mountain. However, when it hit the mirror image's body, it was only able to push it back 3 steps. It was still unable to injure its body and make it bleed. The mirror image stabilized its body and stepped on form displacement phantom. It transformed into several afterimages and approached Yi Qinfeng at an extremely fast speed. Profound frost spirit water. When Yi Qinfeng erupted with 400,000 jin of strength and wanted to force it back, the mirror image released a bone-chilling cold chi that froze Yi Qinfeng's body. Not good. Yi Qinfeng, didn't think that the mirror image would be able to replicate the power of the profound frost spirit water. His heart trembled, and he quickly erupted with a powerful physical strength, wanting to shatter the ice on his body. However, at this moment, the mirror image completely replicated his earlier attack. The palm strike, which was filled with 400,000 Jin of force, shattered the ice and landed on his chest, sending him flying. His entire chest sunk deep into his body, and a large amount of blood spurted out from his mouth. If Yi Qinfeng hadn't cultivated to 60% of the bone-forging realm and his physical defense hadn't greatly increased, then this palm would have been enough to blow apart his body and kill him on the spot. Damn! How can I defeat this mirror image? Yi Qinfeng clutched his sunken chest and crawled up from the ground with difficulty. Looking at the mirror image walking over with heavy steps, despair appeared in his heart for the first time. It could be said that in order to defeat the mirror image, Yi Qinfeng had used all of his abilities, but he was still unable to heavily injure the mirror image. His heart sank to rock bottom. It's over. You can die now. The mirror image held the titanic fault heavenly sword and walked over to Yi Qinfeng, whose confidence had been shaken. Killing intent filled his eyes. After saying this, a terrifying sword light cut through the void, cutting down on Yi Qinfeng. It wanted to cut his body in half and end his life. At the critical moment, Yi Qinfeng summoned his golden pung wings. With a fierce flash, he raised a hurricane and narrowly dodged the mirror image's sure-kill attack. He flew into the air. Do you think you're the only one with monster beast wings? The mirror image glanced emotionlessly at Yi Qinfeng, who had fled into the air. It condensed a pair of wings that looked exactly like the golden rock's wings. With a violent flap, it flew into the air. Looking at the rapidly approaching mirror image condensed golden pung wings, Yi Qinfeng despaired. Damn, this mirror image can copy all of my abilities. Is he really undefeatable? He already didn't know how to defeat the mirror image. It's over. Just as Yi Qinfeng's mind was shaken and his will to fight was shaken, the mirror image rapidly flapped its golden pong wings, turning into a dark golden blur that approached Yi Qinfeng. In the next moment, a waterfall-like sword light slashed down from the void. It cut through the air and ruthlessly slashed at the heavily injured and slow-dodging Yi Qinfeng. Boom! Yi Qinfeng was unable to dodge in time. He was struck by the space-tearing sword light. His entire body was like a kite with its string cut. He crashed heavily into the ground, creating a large crater. Large amounts of blood uncontrollably spurted out from his body. Is it over? Am I really going to die here? Chapter 218. I told you long ago that I am undefeatable. You should just obediently admit defeat, the mirror image said arrogantly as it looked down at Yi Qinfeng. No, I haven't lost yet. Even if I only have one drop of blood left, I won't admit defeat. The mirror image's arrogance stirred up Yi Qinfeng's blood. The fighting spirit that he had just lost returned. He struggled to stand up and looked at the mirror image fearlessly. Why? Are you still not admitting defeat? The mirror image asked in surprise. It did not expect Yi Qinfeng to be able to stir up such high fighting spirit in such a desperate situation. In my life, there is no such thing as admitting defeat. Yi Qinfeng, who was covered in blood, raised the gigantic fault heavenly sword high and pointed at the mirror image. Come on, let's continue fighting. Let's see who can survive to the end. Interesting. When the mirror image saw Yi Qinfeng pointing the tip of his sword at it, the corners of its mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. A terrifying aura surged towards Yi Qinfeng in an overwhelming manner. Burning blood. Facing the aura released by the mirror image, Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and burned all the blood in his body. He stabilized his injuries and increased his strength. The reason why Yi Qinfeng chose to burn his blood and not his life was because he felt that the mirror image was a life form. It was very likely that it could replicate the life soul technique. However, when they were fighting, Yi Chen-feng realized that no matter how injured the mirror image was, it did not bleed. He guessed that there was no blood in its body and that it could not burn its blood. Burning blood. Seeing Yi Chen-feng burning his blood and increasing his strength, the mirror image frowned. It did not replicate Yi Chen-feng's method. Indeed, the mirror image cannot replicate the burning of blood. When Yi Chen-feng was burning his blood, he realized that the mirror image was indifferent. He knew that he had made the right bet. The mirror image had no blood in its body and could not burn its blood to increase its strength. After burning his blood, Yi Chen-feng reached the peak of his strength. He flapped his golden rock wings vigorously, stirring up gusts of wind as he continued to attack the mirror image. Pung, pung, pung! Yi Chen-feng and his mirror image were fiercely fighting each other. Dazzling sparks were ignited as the ferocious attacks raged in the air. They were fighting each other with speed and strength. The terrifying attack tore thousands of holes in the cold air. Countless pieces of ice shattered, and a huge sound like a huge bell reverberated between heaven and earth. It's useless. You are destined to be no match for me. I can't kill you. Although the mirror image's attacks were suppressed by Yi Chen-feng's burning aura and soaring fighting spirit, the mirror image's defensive capabilities were too terrifying. Yi Chen-feng's continuous attacks were unable to cause any serious damage to its body. Really? Why do I feel like your aura is starting to decline? Although Yi Chen-feng was still unable to heavily injure the mirror image, his heart was not affected at all. Yi Chen-feng cleared away all distracting thoughts in his mind and only focused on attacking. He firmly believed that he could surpass himself and defeat the mirror image. His attacks were slowly suppressed by Yi Chen-feng, who was burning his vitality. The mirror image with its terrifying defense began to counterattack with all its might, wanting to regain the initiative. Cloud-shattering palm. The mirror image roared and compressed its strength to the extreme. The cloud-piercing palm dragged a bright light shadow as it struck towards Yi Chen-feng. Whoosh! Yi Chen-feng's wings flapped, and his body rose into the air. As he dodged the mirror image's attack, he slashed down with his titanic fault celestial sword, aiming for the mirror image's head. After a series of intense battles, the mirror image's consumption was very obvious. It did not take Yi Chen-feng's attacks head-on like it did at the beginning. Instead, it dodged with all its might. Didn't you claim to be invincible? Why are you dodging in fear? This is not your style. Yi Chen-feng looked at the mirror image that was dodging his attacks and sneered without holding back. Kill! Yi Chen-feng's words hurt the mirror image. He roared and continued to attack Yi Chen-feng with his titanic, fault heavenly sword. The two of them did not give way to each other and continued to fight fiercely. From the sky to the ground, from the glacier to the river, Yi Chen-feng and the mirror image fought tirelessly for more than 2 hours. There was still no clear victor. Feeling his vitality weakening, Yi Chen-feng gritted his teeth and burned his vitality again. He forcefully increased his strength and fought with the mirror image to the death. Titanic fault heavenly sword, attack with all your might. Just as the two of them were fighting fiercely, Yi Chen-feng roared. A ferocious blood dragon appeared on his body. His soul power, sword force, and strength were all infused into the titanic fault heavenly sword. He slashed at the exhausted mirror image with all his might. Boom! The two of them clashed, creating a huge storm. The powerful force caused both of them to tremble and retreat uncontrollably. Slash! After the first attack, Yi Chen-feng did not give up. He ignored the numbness in his arms and held the titanic fault heavenly sword tightly with both hands. He slashed at the mirror image, whose expression changed slightly. After the second attack, Yi Chen-feng and the mirror image both worsened their injuries. The powerful aftershock caused Yi Chen-feng to bleed profusely. Large amounts of blood spurted out from his mouth. Slash! His injuries were getting worse. but Yi Qinfeng's aura was like a beacon that shot up into the sky. He roared like an invincible god of war. He held the gigantic full heavenly sword in his hand and slashed down for the third time. He slashed at the mirror image, whose pupils shrank and expression changed drastically. The powerful sword slashed at the mirror image and sent it flying. 7 swords of judgment, extreme chill. After slashing at the mirror image 3 times, the perfect sword force gushed out of Yi Qinfeng's body and deduced the power of the great Tao above his head. Following that, the terrifying power of the great Tao turned into extreme chill sword light and shot down recklessly. It was like a waterfall flowing backwards. It was very powerful and slashed at the mirror image, who had lost control of his body. Extreme chill. After being attacked by Yi Qinfeng's 7 swords of judgment, the mirror image forcibly stabilized its body. Without hesitation, it copied the power of the great Tao and used the same move to counterattack. The 2 attacks that contained the power of the great Tao collided, creating a huge shockwave. A terrifying explosion occurred in the sky. The dazzling light swallowed up all the light in the surroundings. The terrifying aftershock instantly engulfed Yi Qinfeng and the mirror image, destroying their bodies crazily. 7 swords of judgment, extreme chill. Yi Qinfeng used the power of his qi and blood to withstand the destructive aftershock. He ignored the damage to his body and stimulated all the potential in his body. He used the 7 swords of judgment again. This time, he integrated the power of his qi and blood into it. A dazzling sword light of the great Tao shot into the sky. It was mixed with the profound, chill spirit water and 400,000 pounds of force. It was as if it was going to split the world in half. This sword slashed through everything. This sword looked down on everything. The invincible sword force slashed at the mirror image's body, which had turned pale with fright. The mirror image's body was split in half. Boom! The mirror image's mysterious mirror image shattered. The terrifying mirror image turned into a ball of dark blue energy and floated in the air. Following that, a slowly rotating black hole appeared at the end of the road of ice and snow. Huff, huff. Chapter 219. Pass. Reward. 10,000-year sea heart essence. Just as Yi Qinfeng, who was on the verge of collapse, was lying on the ground and gasping for breath, an ancient voice suddenly sounded in his ears. In the next moment, the dark blue energy from the mirror image surged towards Yi Qinfeng, entering his body through his pores. When the 10,000-year sea heart essence entered his body, Yi Qinfeng felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. A bone-chilling cold surged through his blood vessels, forming a thin layer of frost on the surface of his body. At this moment, every breath that Yi Qinfeng exhaled carried a dense cold air, freezing the air in front of him into ice fragments. Gradually, Yi Qinfeng's internal organs and meridians were also frozen. A large amount of cold air spread on the surface of his body, freezing him into an ice sculpture. If not for the fact that he had cultivated his 6 meridians divine shield to the 5th level, and his body was filled with 400,000 kilograms of strength, such a terrifying cold power would have been enough to freeze his body. Yi Qinfeng endured the corrosion of the 10,000-year sea heart essence's cold energy, but the benefits he received were also extremely obvious. The blood and qi that he had burned previously recovered at an extremely fast speed, from 50% to 60%, 70%, 80%. And his own strength was also rapidly increasing. The soul power in his body became denser and denser, and his spiritual beast, the blood dragon, became more and more terrifying. Its body that was hundreds of meters long continued to grow, and the dragon scales that covered its body also became larger and larger. After experiencing the benefits of the 10,000-year sea heart essence, Yi Qinfeng bitterly endured the pain, forcibly sealing his open pores to prevent the pure energy from leaking out. He circulated the soul-devouring art over and over again, refining the 10,000-year sea heart essence. Time passed minute by minute. Yi Qinfeng seemed to have forgotten about time, forgot about everything, and devoted himself to the process of refining the 10,000-year sea heart essence. The soul power in his body continued to increase, and the blood dragon's huge body also soared to more than 500 meters long. Just as Yi Qinfeng was about to break through to the 5th grade heavenly beast immortal realm, an eye toad the size of a calf appeared. It was covered with disgusting lumps all over its body and had 8 eyes on its head. The reason why the 8-eyed toad had arrived at the end of the path of ice and snow before the Snake Demon King was because its cultivation time was much shorter than the Snake Demon King's. Correspondingly, the difficulty of the test was also lower than the Snake Demon King's. Relying on its innately gifted physical body, the 8-eyed toad finally reached the end of the path of ice and snow after paying the price of being heavily injured. It saw Yi Qinfeng sealed in a giant block of ice. It's that brat. He's frozen. When the 8-eyed toad discovered Yi Qinfeng, it immediately thought of the many treasures on his body. Its 8 eyes shone with burning light and killing intent. Goo! A powerful sound wave shot out from the 8-eyed toad's mouth. Like a tsunami, it bombarded the frozen body of Yi Qinfeng. It wanted to seize this heaven-sent opportunity to kill Yi Qinfeng and take everything from him. Although the 8-eyed toad was heavily injured and only had 30% of its demonic power left, the ice formed by the 10,000-year sea heart essence was still unable to withstand its attack. The solid ice trembled violently under the attack of the sound wave. Crisscrossing cracks appeared on the surface of the ice, which awakened Yi Qinfeng, who was refining the 10,000-year sea heart essence. Yes, it's that 8-eyed toad. It actually chose this path of ice and snow and reached the end. Yi Qinfeng opened his eyes in the ice. When he saw the calf-sized 8-eyed toad, his face turned gloomy. After 4 days of cultivation, Yi Qinfeng had refined 90% of the 10,000-year sea heart essence. His body had completely adapted to the erosion of the cold air. His soul power was almost overflowing. The power of the blood dragon had also reached its limit. He was about to break through to the 5th grade heavenly beast immortal realm. But at this critical moment, the 8-eyed toad appeared and interrupted his cultivation. Yi Qinfeng had no choice but to stop his breakthrough. He erupted with powerful physical strength and shattered the ice that sealed his body, waiting for an opportunity to strike. What, you want to run? The 8-eyed toad's 8 ferocious eyes locked onto Yi Qinfeng. It opened its bloody mouth and stuck out its long tongue as it spoke in a deep voice. Although the 8-eyed toad had paid a great price to reach the end of the path of ice and snow, and its body was heavily injured, it did not know how terrifying Yi Qinfeng was. In addition, Yi Qinfeng could not summon the sword puppet on the path of ice and snow. This was the best opportunity to kill him. Once it killed Yi Qinfeng and obtained his great fortune, the 8-eyed toad was confident that it could undergo the terrifying lightning tribulation and become an existence like the Black Tortoise King. Did I say I wanted to run? Yi Qinfeng's sharp senses told him that the 8-eyed toad was heavily injured and that he had a chance to kill it. He immediately changed his mind and summoned the gigantic Fault Heavenly Sword. He was filled with killing intent. As Yi Qinfeng roared, 400,000 gene of force erupted from his body. The powerful force instantly cracked the ground beneath his feet. A blood dragon that was over 500 meters long emerged from his body and roared at the 8-eyed toad. Sensing Yi Qinfeng's powerful aura, the 8-eyed toad's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. It was surprised by Yi Qinfeng's terrifying aura. However, when it thought of Yi Qinfeng's many treasures and the fact that it could only use 30% of its strength after being heavily injured by the puppet on the path of ice and snow, the 8-eyed toad did not retreat. Its huge body suddenly expanded and a powerful sound wave gushed out from its mouth. It swept towards Yi Qinfeng like a dragon. Complete sword aura break. Yi Chen Feng did not dodge the sound wave attack released by the eight-eyed toad. Complete sword aura gushed out from his body and merged with the titanic fault heavenly sword as he met the attack head-on. Swish! An ear-piercing sound of friction resounded. The titanic fault heavenly sword that was filled with 400,000 gene of force tore apart the sound wave released by the eight-eyed toad like a hot knife through butter. It approached the eight-eyed toad at an extremely fast speed. How is this possible? How can his attack power be so terrifying? The eight-eyed toad had never fought with Yi Chen Feng before. It did not know that his attack power surpassed the ordinary mystic beast sect experts. When it discovered that its sound wave attack was torn apart by Yi Chen Feng's sword, it reacted instinctively. Its huge body suddenly leaped into the air. Cloud-shattering palm. The moment the eight-eyed toad dodged, Yi Chen Feng's narrowed eyes locked onto it. The palm that was filled with 400,000 gene of force fiercely slammed forward and landed on the soft belly of the eight-eyed toad. A single palm strike sent the eight-eyed toad flying. Its huge body fell several hundred meters away and created a huge crater on the ground, aggravating its injuries. Swish! An afterimage flashed past. Yi Chen Feng used Shifting Phantom and approached the eight-eyed toad that had jumped out of the crater with extreme speed. Its injuries were getting worse and worse. Eight-eyed attack. As Yi Chen Feng approached, the eight-eyed toad's 8 hideous eyes shot out extremely thin beams of light towards Yi Chen Feng. It wanted to force him back. However, the eight-eyed toad was too heavily injured. Its sharpest killing move could only display about 20% of its peak strength. It was not a threat to Yi Chen Feng at all. Instant kill sword. Yi Chen Feng's body suddenly accelerated. He merged with the titanic fault heavenly sword and slashed out a light shadow that was as fast as lightning. The sword aura was compressed to the extreme. The incomparably sharp sword light shattered the beams of light that shot out from the eight-eyed toad's 8 eyes. The eight-eyed toad was blinded in one of its eyes, causing it to howl in pain. Demonic core ignition. With one of its eyes blinded, the eight-eyed toad knew that it had underestimated Yi Chen Feng. In order to survive, it did not hesitate to burn its demonic core. This was its last chance. Boom! A powerful demonic energy exploded within its body, causing the cold air to tremble violently. 7 swords of judgment, extreme frost. The moment the eight-eyed toad burned its demonic core, Yi Chen Feng's sword aura gushed out from his body and started to derive the power of the great Tao. The terrifying extreme frost sword aura swept up a vast and unparalleled force. It tore apart the space of the path of ice and snow and attacked the eight-eyed toad. The sword pierced through the eight-eyed toad's defense and sank into its body. How is this possible? How can his attack be so powerful? Chapter 220. 11 demonic crystal bones. When Yi Chen Feng collected the monster core of the eight-eyed toad, he unexpectedly found 11 demonic crystal bones of different sizes in its body. Collect. With a thought, Yi Chen Feng collected the 11 demonic crystal bones into his cosmos bag. He then leaped into the air and flew into the slowly rotating black hole, disappearing from the path of ice and snow. What a majestic stone forest! After flying out of the path of ice and snow, Yi Chen Feng found himself in a towering stone forest that was dozens of meters tall. Wisps of mist slowly flowed through the stone forest, adding a bit of an immortal aura. Sword puppet, protect me! Yi Chen Feng didn't trespass into this dangerous stone forest. He sat cross-legged at the edge of the stone forest and continued to refine the remaining sea heart essence in his body to break through to the level 5 heavenly beast immortal realm. Although he was disturbed by the eight-eyed toad when he just broke through, Yi Chen Feng's cultivation foundation was extremely solid and wasn't affected in the slightest. About 6 hours later, An extremely penetrating dragon's roar resounded in Yi Qinfeng's body. The 600-meter-long blood dragon emerged from Yi Qinfeng's body and roared into the void. Phew! I've finally broken through to the level 5 Heavenly Beast Immortal Realm. After refining the 10,000-year-old sea heart origin, Yi Qinfeng made a breakthrough in his cultivation in the most perfect state. His spiritual beast, the blood dragon, became even more terrifying. After breaking through, Yi Qinfeng didn't waste any more time. Together with the sword puppet, he walked into the endless stone forest. It's so quiet. After entering the stone forest, Yi Qinfeng found that there wasn't any movement in the stone forest. It was so quiet that it was frightening. Yi Qinfeng followed the winding path in the stone forest. After walking for about an hour, he found a huge stone cliff in the middle of the stone forest. On the cliff, there was an aqua-blue longsword, a pitch-black broadsword, and a 9-foot 9-inch long silver spear. Top-grade earthly weapons. There are actually 3 top-grade earthly weapons on this cliff. Yi Qinfeng was pleasantly surprised when he sensed the grade of the sword, spear, and blade. Supreme-grade earth tools were extremely precious in the outside world. Even a level 5 mystic beast sect expert like the sword demon did not have one. If it were to be circulated in the outside world, it would be enough to cause all the major forces to go crazy over it. Sword puppet, and this quickly. Yi Qinfeng sent a telepathic message. He summoned a 600-meter-long blood dragon and charged forward with the gigantic Fault Heavenly Sword. Qi. When Yi Qinfeng's gigantic Fault Celestial Sword and the sword puppet's spear collided, there was an ear-piercing sound of friction, and a large amount of sparks bloomed in the air. What a powerful strength! After breaking through to the level 5 Heavenly Beast Immortal Realm, Yi Qinfeng's physical strength was close to 450,000 pounds. But when he faced the golden puppet's spear head-on, he felt his arm go numb, and his whole body uncontrollably took a step back. Although the sword puppet relied on its powerful attack to suppress the golden puppet in an instant, the golden puppet's defense was extremely terrifying, and the sword puppet could not break it in a short time. Roar! Just when Yi Qinfeng and the sword puppet were fighting fiercely with the 2 golden puppets in the center of the stone forest, an angry roar was heard from the periphery of the stone forest. Black Tortoise King. He actually broke through those 3 paths. Hearing the Black Tortoise King's angry roar, Yi Qinfeng's face changed slightly, and a dignified look appeared on his face. Although it was almost impossible for the Black Tortoise King to kill him with the sword puppet's protection, if the Black Tortoise King appeared here, then the difficulty of obtaining those 3 treasures would be greatly increased. Golden Rock Wings. The appearance of the Black Tortoise King completely disrupted Yi Qinfeng's plan. As a last resort, Yi Qinfeng summoned the Golden Rock Wings, setting off a hurricane. He wanted to break through the golden puppet's attack and forcibly seize the 3 supreme-grade earth tools. However, the golden puppet's attack was too terrifying, and the revolving spear lights completely enveloped him, not giving him a chance to break through. Sword puppet, quickly seize those 3 supreme-grade earth tools. Yi Qinfeng was forced back by the fierce attack of the golden puppet, and immediately gave the order to the sword puppet. After receiving the order, the sword puppet decisively gave up its attack and faced the golden puppet's attack head-on, approaching the treasure cliff. At this time, the Black Tortoise King, who heard the sound of the battle, was like a small moving hill, crushing the stone pillars one after another, and quickly rushed over. Yi Qinfeng, I finally caught up to you. When the Black Tortoise King passed through the dust and appeared in the center of the stone forest, it saw Yi Qinfeng at first glance. Its round eyes shot out a thick, murderous intent, and it ferociously roared. Buzz! The Black Tortoise King was just about to launch an attack at Yi Qinfeng, but the sword puppet leaped into the air and grabbed the aqua-blue longsword and forcefully pulled it out from the treasure cliff. For a moment, the air was filled with the ear-piercing sound of the sword, and it immediately attracted the Black Tortoise King's attention. Supreme Grade Earth Tool. Feeling the power contained in the sword, spear, and blade, the Black Tortoise King's round eyes shot out a burning light. It decisively gave up attacking Yi Qinfeng, and its huge body quickly rushed towards the treasure cliff. Swoosh! The golden puppet, who was about to give chase, saw the Black Tortoise King rushing over, and a powerful force erupted from its body. It thrust out a golden spear light at an extremely fast speed. Die for this king! Facing the golden puppet's attack, the Black Tortoise King let out an angry roar. 2 heavy axes that weighed over 10,000 jin flew out of its mouth, smashing the golden puppet's spear light like breaking a dead branch and heavily smashing into its body. Although the golden puppet's defense was terrifying, the Black Tortoise King was after all a level 4 heavenly beast, and with its innate talent, its explosive attack power was over 1,000,000 jin. Pung! The golden puppet was struck by the powerful double axes, and its entire body was split open. A magic crystal bone fell from its split body onto the ground. The Black Tortoise King relied on its absolute power to instantly kill one of the golden puppet. The other golden puppet gave up attacking Yi Qinfeng and attacked with its long spear. Roar! The Black Turtle King angrily roared. A powerful demonic power gushed out from his mouth and bombarded the golden-armored puppet's body at close range. It shattered the golden armor on its body and sent it flying. Its solid body exploded in midair, and a fist-sized magic crystal bone fell from the sky. Swoosh! The sword puppet seized the opportunity when the Black Tortoise King was killing the 2 golden puppets and quickly moved around the treasure cliff, grabbing the large black blade not far from it, pulling it out with all its might. Roar! Seeing the sword puppet snatch away the 2 high-grade earth weapons, the Black Tortoise King was completely enraged, and a powerful sound wave burst out from its mouth, shattering the solid treasure cliff and causing the sword puppet to fall from it. Sword puppet, come back! There were not many mid-grade soul crystals left, and Yi Qinfeng did not want to continue fighting. He decisively gave up on the last high-grade earth weapon and summoned the sword puppet back. Let's go. Chapter 221. Lowly brat, where do you think you're going? The Black Tortoise King swallowed the extreme grade, earth-ranked silver spear into its stomach. It shattered the tall treasure cliff and quickly chased after Yi Qinfeng, who was flying at high speed. Besides the 2 golden-armored puppets guarding the treasure cliff, there were no other dangers in this stone forest. Yi Qinfeng quickly flapped his golden rock wings and flew for more than 2 hours before reaching the end of the stone forest. Spatial black hole! Seeing a black hole appear at the end of the stone forest, Yi Qinfeng didn't even think about it. He directly flew into the black hole and disappeared into the chaotic stone forest. Not long after Yi Qinfeng flew into the black hole, the Black Turtle King chased after him and also flew into the black hole. There are 2 more paths. Yi Qinfeng passed through the black hole and entered an ancient hall. He discovered that there were 2 paths in the hall that led to an unknown place. They were filled with the power of thunder and fire. If you enter the path of thunder and fire, there is a 40% chance of dying. Give up and you will be rewarded. Just as Yi Qinfeng slowly walked over, he saw a stone tablet in the middle of the path of thunder and fire. There were several lines of words written on the stone tablet. Which path should I choose? Yi Qinfeng looked at the path of thunder and fire and hesitated. Phew, let's try the path of fire. Yi Qinfeng guessed that the Black Turtle King, who had survived the thunder tribulation, would most likely choose the path of thunder. Thus, he had no choice but to enter the path of fire and try not to fight the Black Turtle King. What a high temperature! After entering the path of fire, Yi Qinfeng immediately lost contact with the sword puppet. He discovered that the 2 sides of the path were burning with flames. The high temperature burned his skin, and a large amount of fire energy entered his body through his pores as if it wanted to melt him. Primal chaos divine would devour. The primal chaos divine could devour all energy. Feeling more and more fire energy entering his body, Yi Qin-feng quickly controlled the parasitic primal chaos divine to devour the fire energy in his body. With the primal chaos divine devouring him, the pressure on Yi Qin-feng was greatly reduced. His body flashed, and he quickly rushed towards the end of the path of flames. What is that? Yi Qin-feng moved quickly for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Suddenly, he felt a huge pressure above his head. A meteor with a long flaming tail cut through the scorching space and locked onto Yi Qin-feng, falling towards him at an extremely fast speed. Blood dragon fusion, 450,000 gene of strength. Unable to dodge, Yi Qin-feng decisively fused with the blood dragon's power and unleashed a terrifying power. He held the gigantic fault, celestial sword, and charged forward. Rumble! When Yi Qin-feng's sword strike, which was filled with 450,000 gene of force, struck the flame meteor, it was as if it had struck an indestructible piece of black iron. A powerful explosive force resounded on the surface of the flame meteor. The terrifying explosive power went through the sword and into Yi Qin-feng's arm. Blood gushed out of his arm, and he couldn't stop backing away. Blood gushed out uncontrollably. Perfect sword presence. Yi Qin-feng's body was pushed back by the flame meteor. He yelled out, and the perfect sword presence gushed out of his body and fused into the gigantic fault, celestial sword. It kept increasing the attacking power of the gigantic fault, celestial sword as he attacked this flame meteor with all his strength. Kacha! Kacha! When Yi Qin-feng used all his strength to repel the flame meteor, there were cracking sounds. The flame meteor was attacked by the perfect sword presence and 450,000 gene of force. The surface of the flame meteor finally cracked. Break! Yi Qin-feng used all his strength in one go. He gripped the gigantic fault, celestial sword tightly and pierced through the flame meteor, shattering it. Huff! Huff! The power of this flame meteor is too terrifying. Although he had shattered the flame meteor, Yi Qin-feng's arms were bleeding from the impact of the flame meteor. His blood was boiling, and he had used up a lot of his strength. It seems that with my current strength, it won't be easy to pass through this path of flames. Sensing the difficulty of this path of flames, Yi Qin-feng hesitated for a moment before taking out a fist-sized devil crystal bone. He was prepared to refine this devil crystal bone on this path of flames, tempering his bones and increasing his strength. If he could cultivate his bone-forging realm to the perfect realm, then his physical strength would reach 350,000 gene of force. That would be enough to deal with the various dangers of this path of flames. Why is the devil chi within this devil crystal bone so weak? When Yi Qin-feng released the devil chi within the devil crystal bone, he was surprised to find that the devil chi within it was extremely weak. It wasn't enough to pose any threat to him, so it was easily devoured by the God-Eater brain. Soul-devouring art, devour! After the God-Eater brain devoured the devil chi, Yi Qin-feng immediately circulated the soul-devouring art to devour the pure energy within the devil crystal bone. The devil crystal bone that Yi Qin-feng had refined was the size of a fist. The energy it contained far surpassed the devil crystal bone that Moen had given him. As a large amount of pure energy entered his body, Yi Qin-feng clenched his teeth and endured the pain. Bit by bit, this energy passed through his flesh and blood, forcibly suppressing it into his bones and tempering them. Why is the devil crystal bone's body tempering effect so much worse than before? Yi Qin-feng clenched his teeth. When he fully focused on tempering his body, he found that the devil crystal bone's body tempering effect was far worse than the previous 2 times. Could it be that my body has developed antibodies to the devil crystal bone? Thinking of this possibility, Yi Qin-feng's mind rapidly spun as he tried to think of a solution. He really couldn't waste too much time on this path of flames. If the Xian Turtle King rushed out of the path of lightning ahead of time, he would lose the initiative and fall into a passive state. Lightning can increase body tempering speed. I wonder if flames can do the same? Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and decided to take a risk. He controlled the primal chaos divine would to stop devouring the devil crystal bone. He circulated the 6 meridian divine shield, slowly suppressing the flame energy, invading his body into his bones. Every time he forced a trace of flame energy into his bones, Yi Qinfeng would have to endure the pain of his body burning. Although the pain was unbearable, the effect was very clear. After confirming that the flame energy really could increase the speed of tempering his bones, Yi Qinfeng relied on his tenacious and unyielding heart to bitterly persevere, enduring the torment of the flame tempering his body. Time passed bit by bit amidst the immense pain. Bone forging 70%, 80%, 90%. Yi Qinfeng bitterly tempered himself for over 12 hours on the path of flames, completely fusing the fist-sized devil crystal bone into his bones. His physical strength had risen to 500,000 genes. After refining the first devil crystal bone, Yi Qinfeng didn't stop. He immediately took out the last fist-sized devil crystal bone, swallowed the demonic energy, and continued to refine it. By the time Yi Qinfeng had refined the majority of the energy contained within the devil crystal bone, he had finally tempered his entire body to perfection. Each bone sparkled like a crystal, and his physical strength had risen once more. Bones like crystal, indestructible. This is the display of the great circle of the bone-forging realm. Feeling the changes in his bones, as well as his physical strength that had risen to 550,000 genes, Yi Qinfeng let out a long sigh of relief. He punched out into the scorching void. Rumble! With this punch, his strength was compressed to the limit, and it blew apart the layers of flames, smashing apart a fiery red boulder not too far away. With my current physical strength, I should be able to easily shatter that flame meteor. Now that he had reached the great circle of the bone-forging realm, Yi Qinfeng didn't waste any more time. He summoned the golden rock wings and set off waves of heat as he quickly flew towards the end of the path of flames. Chapter 222. Instant Kill Sword. Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrank as his body fused with the titanic fault celestial sword. Like a flash of lightning, the sword pierced towards the falling meteor. Rumble! The meteor was struck by Yi Qinfeng's sword, which was filled with 350,000 pounds of force, and the huge meteor started to tremble. The terrifying sword aura directly pierced through the meteor and shattered it. Relying on his absolute strength to shatter the meteor, Yi Qinfeng did not stop. He quickly flapped his golden rock wings, passed through the endless sea of fire, and flew towards the depths of the road of flames. Just as Yi Qinfeng was about to challenge the road of flames, a black-robed man with turbid but powerful eyes appeared on the road of flames. He exuded a murderous aura from head to toe. This man was the sword demon who wanted to assassinate Yi Qinfeng. Lava! Yi Qinfeng continued to fly at high speed. After shattering more than 10 meteors, the scene in front of him changed. The endless sea of flames disappeared, and in its place was a sea of slowly flowing dark red lava that emitted a scorching heat and had a large number of bubbles. A winding, 1-meter-wide rocky path led to the end of the magma. Feeling the heat of the lava, Yi Qinfeng did not doubt that if he fell in, his body would melt instantly. In order to conserve energy and deal with any danger that might appear at any time, Yi Qinfeng withdrew his golden rock wings and stepped onto the hot, rocky road with the titanic fault celestial sword in his hand. Boom! The moment Yi Qinfeng stepped onto the rocky road, a huge explosion sounded in the fiery red sky. The terrifying aura suppressed the lava and set off huge waves. The terrifying heat wave covered the sky and swept towards Yi Qinfeng. In the next moment, a meteor with a diameter of 1.5 miles, burning with purple flames on its surface, broke through the fiery red sky and crashed towards Yi Qinfeng with the weight of Mount Tai. Seeing this huge meteor, Yi Qinfeng's expression changed. Without thinking, he immediately used shape-shifting phantom and created 9 shadows. He wanted to use his speed to dodge this destructive attack. However, Yi Qinfeng's body was affected by the pressure of the meteor. His movement speed was greatly reduced, and he could not completely dodge the meteor's attack. He could only use his powerful strength to take it head-on. Yi Qinfeng held the titanic fault celestial sword tightly with both hands and stabbed towards the meteor that was descending from the sky. 350,000 pounds of force and the complete sword aura on the surface of the titanic fault celestial sword kept increasing the power of the sword. Rumble! When the titanic fault celestial sword hit the meteor that was 3 miles in diameter, a powerful explosive force appeared on the surface of the meteor. A large number of cracks appeared on the meteor. An endless amount of scorching energy gushed out from the meteor, instantly engulfing Yi Qinfeng. In an instant, Yi Qinfeng's body was heavily injured. The surging hot energy crazily poured into his body, shaking his internal organs and burning his skin. If it were not for the primal chaos divine with suppressing the surging hot energy, this heat would have been enough to melt him. 350,000 pounds of force. Break for me. Enduring the destructive heat of the meteor, Yi Qinfeng gritted his teeth and continued to explode with his powerful physical strength, quickly breaking apart this huge meteor. After about an incense stick's worth of time, Yi Qinfeng finally broke this meteor. Surging heat waves spread out in the air. Huff! Huff! This meteor's power is too terrifying. If I had not reached the complete realm of the bone-forging realm, I would not have been able to break it with just my physical strength. Yi Qinfeng quickly tossed a spirit-grade soul core into his mouth as he muttered to himself with lingering fear in his heart. After more than an hour, Yi Qinfeng had basically recovered from his physical injuries. His body suddenly accelerated, rapidly flying on the winding rocky path. Soon, a second huge meteor fell from the sky, carrying a destructive power as it bombarded his body. Just as Yi Qinfeng relied on his powerful physical strength to break one huge meteor after another, the sword demon relied on his powerful attack power to break one meteor after another. He also stepped onto this winding stone path above the lava. Huff! I can finally see the end of the lava. Yi Qinfeng used all his strength to break 8 huge meteors. Finally, he saw the end of the lava. He decisively summoned the golden rock wings and flew through the layers of heat waves. Bang, 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 as Yi Qinfeng quickly approached the end of the lava. A large fireball flew out of the lava and shot towards Yi Qinfeng. Although these large fireballs were small in size, the power they contained was extremely terrifying. Before they even hit Yi Qinfeng's body, they already gave him a great sense of pressure. 7 Sword of Judgment, Extreme Cold. Seeing the large fireballs about to hit Yi Qinfeng's body, he decisively controlled his perfect sword aura and deduced the power of the Great Tao. He slashed out with his strongest move, the Extreme Cold Sword Beam. It tore through the scorching space and shattered the large fireballs that were flying towards him. Whoosh! The Extreme Cold Sword Beam cleaved through a large number of fireballs. Yi Qinfeng seized the opportunity and suddenly accelerated, turning into an afterimage as he passed through the lava region at an extremely fast speed. He appeared on a straight path that did not seem to pose any threat. Huff! Huff! I finally made it out. Yi Qinfeng retracted his golden rock wings and placed his hands on his knees as he panted heavily. I don't know what dangers await me on this path of flames. Yi Qinfeng observed the seemingly harmless path that led into the distance. He did not barge in recklessly. Instead, he quickly sat cross-legged on the ground and consumed 3 spirit tear soul elixirs to regulate his breathing and recover. Time passed by slowly. Under the nourishment of the 3 spirit tear soul elixirs, Yi Qinfeng's injuries were quickly recovering. Just as Yi Qinfeng was about to fully recover from his injuries and expended soul power, his sharp senses suddenly detected a powerful and dangerous aura behind him. He immediately opened his eyes. Sword demon, he actually caught up to me. Yi Qinfeng saw the sword demon running towards him at an extremely fast speed from afar. His expression changed slightly as he decisively summoned his golden rock wings and flew straight into the distance. Once the sword demon caught up to him, without the protection of the sword puppet, he would be doomed. Yi Qinfeng, where do you think you're going? The sword demon's deep eyes emitted a dense killing intent. His entire body fused with the long sword in his hand and burst out with astonishing attack power. He shattered the incoming fireballs and chased after Yi Qinfeng with all his might. Rumble! Just as the sword demon rushed out of the lava region and chased after Yi Qinfeng without caring about his injuries, the lava behind them suddenly became restless. An earth-shattering wave of lava swept towards them. Not good. The sword demon saw the rapidly approaching lava wave and his heart trembled. Without thinking, he decisively burned his blood essence and used the blood escape, which was extremely damaging to his body. Chapter 223. How can this magma wave be so fast? Yi Qinfeng sensed a strong threat of death as the magma wave, which was filled with scorching heat and destructive power, approached him like a tsunami. He did not hesitate at all. If he was swept into this rapidly surging wave of magma, he would be crushed and killed instantly by the destructive power that filled it. Sword demon, who was burning his vitality and using blood escape, was under even greater pressure. The high temperature released by the magma wave made his skin hurt, and large amounts of sweat flowed out of his body uncontrollably. At this moment, he felt that the magma wave behind him was like a huge devouring mouth that could devour him at any time. Vitality continued burning. As death approached, Sword Demon was scared out of his wits. He burned his vitality at all costs and increased the flying speed of blood escape, forcefully widening the distance between him and the magma wave. Collapsing cloud palm. Just as Blood Demon, who was burning his vitality and increasing his speed, was gradually catching up to Yi Qinfeng, Yi Qinfeng suddenly unleashed a powerful physical strength and threw a collapsing cloud palm at Sword Demon. He wanted to force Sword Demon to retreat and let the magma wave swallow him. Yi Qinfeng, if I don't kill you, I swear I'm not human. Sword Demon quickly dodged and narrowly dodged the collapsing cloud palm with a force of 250,000 jin. He looked at Yi Qinfeng's fleeing figure and roared loudly. Although Yi Qinfeng's collapsing cloud palm did not hit Sword Demon, his soaring speed was greatly affected. Once again, the giant wave of lava closed the distance between them, forcing him to continue burning his blood and qi to increase his blood escape speed. Burning his vitality at such a high intensity greatly damaged Sword Demon's body and affected his strength. If he continued to burn his vitality, it would cause irreparable damage to his body. However, Sword Demon knew that he had no choice but to escape from the magma wave that was getting closer and closer. If he did not use blood escape, then he would be doomed. Yi Qinfeng, I will kill you and take everything from you to make up for my lost vitality. Sword Demon gritted his teeth and swore in his heart. With his keen perception, Yi Qinfeng sensed that Sword Demon, who was burning his vitality and executing blood escape, had caught up to him once more. He continued to send out cloud collapsing palms, sealing off the space in front of Sword Demon and slowing down his escape. Demon killing sword break. When Sword Demon saw Yi Qinfeng's collapsing cloud palm sealing off the space in front of him, he hastily executed his ultimate move, slashing at the incoming attack. Boom, boom, boom. The collapsing cloud palm, which contained a force of 400,000 jin, was shattered by the demon-killing sword. It immediately released a powerful explosive force, attacking the Sword Demon's body at close range, aggravating his injuries. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. As his injuries worsened, Sword Demon didn't dare to slow down. He continued to burn his blood chi and used blood escape to escape. Sword Demon, let's see how long you can last. With his keen perception, Yi Qinfeng sensed that the blood chi in Sword Demon's body was very chaotic. He immediately guessed that Sword Demon had suffered serious injuries while crossing the path of lava. He took a risk by reducing his speed and continued to send out cloud collapsing palms at Sword Demon. If he could further injure Sword Demon and consume a lot of his blood chi, Sword Demon wouldn't be a threat to him even if he wasn't swallowed by the lava waves. Yi Qinfeng, if I don't kill you, I swear I am not a human. Seeing Yi Qinfeng sending out cloud collapsing palms, Sword Demon, who couldn't dodge, had a drastic change in expression. He roared in exasperation. Boom, boom, boom. However, being angry was useless. In order to not be swallowed by the lava waves, Sword Demon ignored the injuries on his body and continued to attack, shattering the powerful collapsing palms. When Sword Demon broke the collapsing palms with his absolute attack power, his meridians were damaged. Cracks appeared on the surface of the meridians on his arms, which greatly affected his attack power. Before he had a chance to take a breather, Yi Qinfeng continued to send out cloud, collapsing palms, and continued to seal the space in front of him. He had no choice but to face the cloud, collapsing palms head-on. Sword Demon felt that his injuries were getting worse and worse. The lava waves were getting closer and closer. He knew that he couldn't hide his strength anymore. Otherwise, he would most likely die here. Demon Heart Pellet. Sword Demon made up his mind and took out a pitch-black pellet from his Chinkuin pouch. The pellet was covered with hexagonal patterns and was shrouded with strands of demon chi. He raised his head and swallowed it. In the next moment, a powerful demon chi burst out from his body. Endless demon sound circled around his body. After swallowing the demon heart pellet, Sword Demon not only suppressed his injuries for a short period of time, his strength also reached the peak of 6th grade Mystic Beast Grandmaster. He instantly increased the speed of blood escape. What a powerful demon chi! Feeling the sudden increase in strength of Sword Demon, Yi Qinfeng was shocked. He decisively gave up on attacking Sword Demon and activated his Golden Rock bloodline. He increased his flying speed and flew straight to the end of the road. Although the Demon Heart Pellet had greatly increased Sword Demon's strength, the side effects were equally terrifying. If he couldn't kill Yi Qinfeng in the limited time, then Sword Demon would be in danger again. Chi and blood burn. Sword Demon made up his mind and continued to burn his chi and blood. He increased the speed of blood escape and gradually closed the distance between him and Yi Qinfeng. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. When the Sword Demon had shaken off the huge wave of lava behind him and closed the distance between them by 50 meters, he decisively attacked. Streaks of sword shadows filled with demonic energy slashed towards Yi Qinfeng like lightning. Suddenly attacked by Sword Demon, Yi Qinfeng immediately flapped his golden rock wings to dodge. Although he relied on his nimble body to dodge Sword Demon's attack, his speed was affected. Sword Demon once again closed the distance between them. Yi Qinfeng, let's see where you can escape to this time. The Sword Demon, who was surrounded by demonic energy, stared at Yi Qinfeng, who was just inches away from him. He continuously used powerful soul skills to attack him, wanting to kill him and seize all the treasures on his body. Life Spirit Technique. Burned 60 years of lifespan. Sword Demon, who had consumed the Demon Heart Pellet, was too much of a threat. Yi Qinfeng didn't dare to be careless. While dodging in midair, he decisively used the Life Spirit Technique and burned 60 years of lifespan to greatly increase his strength. What kind of secret technique is this? It can actually increase one's cultivation by a whole realm. Sword Demon revealed a deep shock when he sensed that Yi Qinfeng had instantly increased from a 5th grade Heavenly Beast Immortal to a 5th grade Mystic Beast Grandmaster. I must obtain this secret technique. Sword Demon's eyes burned with passion. He once again closed the distance between him and Yi Qinfeng and used all his skills to attack him. Roar! Sword Demon's thunderous attack came. A loud dragon's roar resounded. A huge shadow of a blood dragon appeared behind Yi Qinfeng and roared at Sword Demon. After using the Life Spirit technique, Yi Qinfeng's physical strength had also soared to 700,000 Jin. He had temporarily attained the strength of a level 5 Mystic Beast Grandmaster. Chi! Yi Qinfeng's body flashed, and he used the Titanic Fault Heavenly Sword to meet the attack. Crisscrossing perfect sword force and 350,000 pounds of strength, the sword broke Sword Demon's soul skill and pierced toward Sword Demon. The sword pierced the sword that Sword Demon had hurriedly blocked in front of his chest. Following that, a strong, rebounding force surged from the surface of the sword and into Sword Demon's body. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was pushed back, almost falling to the ground. How is this possible? How can his strength be so great? Chapter 224. Instant Kill Sword. After pushing back Sword Demon with one sword, Yi Qinfeng looked at the incoming wave of lava and launched a fierce attack at Sword Demon. He wanted to severely injure him and force him into the lava wave. Art of Thunder Kill. Yi Qinfeng thrust out his sword as fast as lightning. A large amount of lightning surged out from Sword Demon's body and gathered into a lightning sword. It broke through the instant kill sword like a hot knife through butter and forced Yi Qinfeng to retreat. Cloud Break Palm. After the instant kill sword was broken, the golden rock wings on Yi Qinfeng's back flapped violently. He approached Sword Demon at an extremely fast speed and struck out with his cloud collapsing palm, aiming for Sword Demon's chest. Bang! The collapsing cloud palm that Yi Qinfeng threw out with his left hand collided with the fist that Sword Demon had hurriedly blocked. Instantly, a force of more than 700,000 Jin exploded, tearing apart the scorching hot air. The overlapping palms of the collapsing cloud palm crushed the might of the Sword Demon's punch as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The terrifying power gushed into his left arm and tore the muscles of his left arm. Scarlet blood gushed out from the wound as his entire body was sent flying. Art of Thunder Kill, Myriad Thunder Sword. His left arm was injured by Yi Qinfeng, so Sword Demon forcefully stabilized his body. His body, which was as imposing as a sharp sword, quickly spun around. Streaks of lightning flew out of his body and transformed into numerous lightning swords. They twisted the space and ruthlessly crushed towards Yi Qinfeng. Blood Dragon Armor. Yi Qinfeng saw that the scorching air was emitting a glaring fire under the attack of the Myriad Thunder Sword. He decisively controlled the Blood Dragon to form a soul armor. A large amount of blood-red scales covered his entire body. In a split second, Yi Qinfeng threw out 7 sword strikes. The sword light with the perfect sword force and 700,000 pounds of force sealed the space in front of him and clashed with the Myriad Thunder Sword. Rumble. A series of powerful explosions rang out as the 2 powerful attacks collided, creating a powerful shockwave that swept out in all directions. It was as if a calamity was coming. With the help of the Blood Dragon armor, Yi Qinfeng forcibly withstood the impact of the recoil. The perfect sword force gushed out of his body, tearing apart the opposing airflow and thrusting his sword toward the Sword Demon, who was filled with devil chi. Facing Yi Qinfeng's sword attack, Sword Demon did not dodge. Instead, he stabbed his shining longsword at Yi Qinfeng's chest. 100 crystal cold jade talisman. Yi Qinfeng did not expect the Sword Demon to want to injure him. He decisively used 100 crystal cold jade talisman to form a layer of cold light around his body, blocking the sword demon's sure-kill attack. The moment Yi Qinfeng used the 100 crystal cold jade talisman, the sword demon also used his life-saving technique. A palm-sized, pitch-black heart protective mirror appeared in front of his chest, blocking the attack of the gigantic Fault Heavenly Sword. In a split second, the gigantic Fault Heavenly Sword, which weighed 10,000 pounds and was filled with 700,000 pounds of force and perfect sword force, pierced the black heart protective mirror. The powerful attack shattered the heart protective mirror, causing a large number of cracks to spread out on the surface of the heart protective mirror. At the same time, the long sword in the sword demon's hand pierced through the light shield formed by the 100 crystal cold jade talisman. Break! The sword demon roared. The devil chi in his body crazily surged into the long sword, instantly increasing the power of the long sword. It pierced through the 100 crystal cold jade talisman, penetrated the blood dragon armor, and pierced towards Yi Qinfeng's heart. Brett, go to hell! The long sword wrapped in demonic chi pierced into Yi Qinfeng's body. The sword demon revealed a sinister smile. He wanted to pierce through Yi Qinfeng's heart meridian in one go and cripple his cultivation, turning him into a cripple. We don't know who will die yet. Instant kill sword. With his chest pierced, Yi Qinfeng didn't dodge. Instead, he used the instant kill sword to increase the power of the gigantic Fault Heavenly Sword, shattering the black heart protective mirror. What is in his heart? The black demon ignored his injuries and continued to attack. Suddenly, he sensed a terrifying power in Yi Qinfeng's heart. It blocked his killing sword, preventing him from piercing through Yi Qinfeng's heart. However, the devil chi in the long sword still damaged Yi Qinfeng's organs and meridians, worsening the injuries on Yi Qinfeng's body. At the same time, the gigantic Fault Heavenly Sword had pierced through the black heart protective mirror and reached the sword demon's body. Sensing the horrifying power of Yi Qinfeng's sword, the sword demon's expression changed drastically. He quickly pulled out the long sword from Yi Qinfeng's body and backed off. Shadow Golden Needle Talisman, attack. The moment the sword demon dodged, hundreds of golden needles flashed in front of his eyes and pierced into his head, attacking his soul directly. With his soul being attacked by the Shadow Golden Needle Talisman, the sword demon felt like his head was going to explode. He had a splitting headache and a huge amount of blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. Die! Seizing this rare opportunity, Yi Qinfeng used all his strength to stab the gigantic Fault Heavenly Sword into Yi Qinfeng's body. The gigantic Fault Heavenly Sword's strength exploded inside Yi Qinfeng's body, blowing a bloody hole in his chest. Devil Sound! Seeing that the gigantic Fault Heavenly Sword was about to penetrate Black Demon's body, a huge amount of Black Devil Sound rushed out from his mouth and attacked Yi Qinfeng at close range. The terrifying sound wave was like a heavy hammer as it bombarded Yi Qinfeng's body, injuring his soul and body. It caused his reaction to pause momentarily, allowing the sword demon to narrowly escape the calamity. Just as the two of them were fighting to the point where they were both injured, a terrifying wave of lava swept over. The terrifying aura caused Yi Qinfeng and the other to feel fear. They decisively gave up on attacking the other party and endured the heavy injuries to their bodies as they quickly fled for their lives. Although the series of exchanges just now were all within the sword demon's careful calculations, he did not expect that Yi Qinfeng's heart vein was protected by the primal Chaos Divine Wood. He also underestimated Yi Qinfeng's means, which led to his injuries being even more severe than Yi Qinfeng's. Devil Chi Repair. The gigantic Fault Heavenly Sword had blown a bloody hole in his chest. The sword demon, who was burning his blood, tried his best to control the surging devil chi in his body to repair his body. He tried his best to suppress his injuries and run for his life. Yi Qinfeng, who was severely injured, could not attack the sword demon. He controlled the golden rock wings to fly as fast as he could while drinking the heavenly fate water to heal his injuries. Because the two of them were severely injured, their running speed was greatly reduced. They were getting closer and closer to the lava wave, and the threat of death loomed over them. Golden rock bloodline, burn! Yi Chen-feng, who was heavily injured and whose life force was fading away, had no choice but to ignite the golden rock bloodline and increase his speed to the maximum. Soon he overtook the sword demon, who was at the end of his rope, and flew into the distance. Damn it! Sword demon panicked when he felt the power of the devil heart pill was fading. He continued to burn his blood and chi at all costs to sustain the blood escape art. He followed closely behind Yi Chen-feng. About half an hour later, when Yi Chen-feng and the sword demon were about to run out of energy, they finally saw a towering mountain in front of them. There were 3 black caves at the foot of the mountain. They rushed in without any hesitation. When Yi Chen-feng and the sword demon rushed into different black caves, the lava wave that was chasing after them crashed into the mountain. The powerful force caused the mountain to shake violently. Endless air waves rushed into the caves. PFFF! Yi Chen-feng and the sword demon spurted out blood at the same time. Their bodies were badly mutilated. Chapter 225. Huff huff, I am finally safe. Yi Chen-feng, who was severely injured, lay on the cold and damp ground, panting heavily. Recalling the scene just now, he still had lingering fear in his heart, and he was terrified. After about an incense stick's worth of time, Yi Chen-feng struggled to get up from the ground. He drank a small mouthful of heavenly fate water and ate an earth-level soul elixir. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he circulated the soul-devouring art to heal himself. As his injuries were too severe, even with the heavenly fate water, it took him an entire 3 days to heal himself. Taking out a moonstone, he walked towards the end of the dark cave. "And is that a fire mantis?" When Yi Chen-feng walked out of the pitch-black cave after several hours, he found that the outside of the cave was still a sea of fire. And in the middle of the sea of fire lay a fire mantis with a triangular head and strong and sharp forelimbs. Its entire body was burning with raging flames. Level 3 Heavenly Beast. Sensing the power of the fire mantis, Yi Chen-feng did not dare to act rashly. After all, this fire mantis was equivalent to a level 6 mystic beast sect expert. Its power was far beyond his own. After discovering the fire mantis guarding the path of fire, Yi Chen-feng quickly retreated back into the dark cave. Circulating the soul-devouring art, he concealed his aura and waited patiently for the sword demon to appear. He wanted to use the sword demon to heavily injure the fire mantis and reap the benefits. However, the sword demon's injuries were too severe. He waited until the 5th day before the sword demon's aura appeared at the entrance of the cave. However, the sword demon discovered that the terrifying fire mantis had made the same choice as Yi Chen-feng. It did not attack blindly, but waited patiently at the entrance of the cave for Yi Chen-feng to make a move. As the days passed, Yi Chen-feng and the sword demon hid in their respective caves. Neither of them took the initiative to attack the fire mantis. Just as the two of them waited patiently for the 8th day, Yi Chen-feng gradually lost his patience. He decided to take a gamble. Swish! An ear-piercing sound of air friction rang out. Yi Chen-feng used the shifting phantom technique and rushed towards the fire mantis with extreme speed. Wielding the titanic heavenly sword, he attacked it. You finally can't hold it in any more. The moment Yi Chen-feng attacked, the pale sword demon opened his eyes and stared at Yi Chen-feng's silhouette with a devilish look on his face. His blood and chi were severely depleted, and his face was pale. Hiss, hiss! The sleeping fire mantis was awakened by the sudden approach of Yi Chen-feng. It immediately roared angrily at him. Under its control, endless waves of fire swept toward Yi Chen-feng like an avalanche. Break! Yi Chun roared and slashed down with his gigantic, fault, heavenly sword. The extremely sharp sword light cut through the sea of fire and slashed towards the fire mantis's huge body. Chi! The fire mantis's tough body was struck by the gigantic K heavenly sword, and a shallow sword mark appeared on its body. Although this sword mark was insignificant to the fire mantis, it was still enraged. Buzz, buzz! The fire mantis flapped its fiery red wings and attacked Yi Chun Fong with extreme speed. When its sharp forelimbs struck the titanic heavenly sword, a powerful force passed through the sword and into Yi Chun Feng's arms, injuring them. His body was also sent flying by this terrifying force. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Humph! You overestimate yourself. When Sword Demon saw Yi Chun Fong being sent flying by the fire mantis's terrifying forelimbs, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. He was watching the show with great interest. After sending Yi Chun Fong flying, the fire mantis followed up with another attack. Its sharp forelimbs continuously attacked Yi Chun Fong, forcing Yi Chun Fong to use the shifting phantom technique to evade the attacks. He slowly approached the cave where the sword demon was hiding. Seeing Yi Chun Fong slowly approaching him, the sword demon frowned slightly. He felt that something was wrong. Just as he was about to enter the cave to hide, the fire mantis' sharp forelimbs once again struck the gigantic, fault, heavenly sword that Yi Chun Fong hurriedly blocked. Yi Chun Feng's entire body was like a kite with a broken string, falling towards the sword demon. This is my chance. Seeing Yi Chun Fong spitting out blood and falling towards him, the sword demon's eyes were filled with killing intent. He decided to jump out of the cave and deal a fatal blow to Yi Chun Fong. He wanted to end his life and take everything from him. Shadow Golden Needle Talisman attack! When the sword demon attacked, Yi Chun Fong shot out 3 Shadow Golden Needle Talismans that he had prepared beforehand and attacked the sword demon's soul. Not good. Looking at the golden light that flashed before his eyes, the sword demon's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively wanted to dodge. However, the thousands of golden needles transformed from the 3 shadow-transforming golden needle talismans were way too fast. Within a blink of an eye, the golden needles had pierced into his soul, riddling it with holes and severely damaging his soul, causing his mind to go blank for a short moment. At this moment, Yi Chun Fong summoned the golden rock wings and stabilized his body. He flew into the cave where the sword demon was and appeared behind him, blocking his way. When the sword demon came to his senses, he was horrified to find that the ferocious fire mantis had appeared in front of him. It was waving its sharp forelimbs and attacking him. Damn it, I've been tricked. Realizing that Yi Chun Fong had appeared behind him and he had become the target of the fire mantis, the sword demon's lungs were about to explode. However, the fire mantis was too much of a threat to him. He had no choice but to wave his long sword to block the attack of the fire mantis's sharp forelimbs. Thump! Thump! After taking the fire mantis's attack head-on, the sword demon's arm went numb as he was severely depleted of his chi and blood. He took 2 steps back. While he was taking a step back, his sharp senses detected a strong sense of danger behind him. Obviously, Yi Chun Fong was not going to give him a chance to retreat and was waiting for an opportunity to attack him. Demon Killing Sword. Caught between a rock and a hard place, the fire mantis attacked again, forcing the sword demon to attack with all his strength. The long sword in his hand surged with endless demonic chi. The sharp sword light slashed across the space and created a gully, slashing towards the terrifying fire mantis. The sword demon was a level 5 Mystic Beast Sect expert. His attack power was far beyond Yi Chun Feng's. A deep sword wound appeared on the fire mantis's body as a large amount of dark green blood flowed out from it. Chi with its body injured, the fire mantis's attack became even more ferocious. It continuously attacked the sword demon. The tide-like attacks made the sword demon feel suffocated as he kept retreating. Shadow, transforming golden needle talisman, attack. Just when the sword demon couldn't withstand the fire mantis's ferocious attacks and wanted to forcefully break through Yi Qinfeng's defense, Yi Qinfeng used another shadow, transforming golden needle talisman, to attack the sword demon's soul. The sword demon's soul was continuously attacked, and it was in so much pain that it screamed in pain. Its reaction speed slowed down, and it was struck by the fire mantis's sharp forelimbs. The sword demon's defense was broken, and its body was almost split into two. Collapsing cloud palm. The sword demon's heavily injured body flew back. Yi Qinfeng immediately printed a powerful collapsing cloud palm on the sword demon's back. At the same time, the sword demon's injuries were aggravated and he was pushed towards the ferocious fire mantis like a rubber ball. No. Looking at the fire mantis that was getting closer and closer, the sword demon let out a desperate roar. He used all his strength to attack the fire mantis, trying to force it to retreat. Kill! The sword demon let out a furious roar. He slashed the fire mantis's slender neck with a sword that was filled with the power of death, severely injuring the fire mantis. After being severely injured, the fire mantis didn't retreat. Instead, it waved its sharp forelimbs and slashed the sword demon's heavily injured body, chopping off his shoulders and arms. Yi Qinfeng, go to hell with me. The sword demon let out a desperate roar as both of his shoulders were chopped off by the fire mantis. He forcefully ignited the terrifying power of qi and blood and rushed towards Yi Qinfeng, whose expression changed greatly. Chapter 226. Not good. Yi Qinfeng's expression changed drastically when he saw the sword demon, whose eyes were bloodshot and surging with blood qi, charging towards him at an extremely fast speed. While summoning the golden rock wings, he continuously sent out cloud collapsing palms towards the armless sword demon, not giving him a chance to get close. After being hit by the collapsing cloud palm, the sword demon's body trembled and flew toward the fire mantis that was chasing closely. When it got close to the fire mantis, the blood qi that was spewing out from its body exploded. Rumble! A terrifying destructive force exploded from its body like a surging tide, sweeping out in all directions. The entire cave was filled with cracks, and large pieces of rocks fell down. The fire mantis that was closest to the sword demon was the first to be hit. Its huge body was sent flying, and the injury on its neck was even more serious. Its huge body was badly mutilated. Yi Qinfeng, who had summoned the golden rock wings earlier, had escaped the disaster. The golden rock wings had neutralized all the aftershocks of the sword demon's self-destruction. Life spirit technique. 60 years of lifespan burning. After killing the sword demon with the help of the fire mantis, Yi Qinfeng decisively burned 60 years of his lifespan. The powerful life force merged into his body, pushing his strength to rise steadily. Soon, he advanced by a large realm and reached the level 5 Mystic Beast Grandmaster realm. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng quickly flapped the golden rock wings, shattering the falling rocks. He launched an attack on the severely injured fire mantis, wanting to kill it in one go. Although the fire mantis was terrifying, the sword demon's attack before its death was even more terrifying. The force of its self-destruction had severely injured the fire mantis body, causing it to be severely injured and its attack power to be greatly reduced. Wind Shadow Slash. Yi Qinfeng roared, and a sword ray that was like a crescent moon slashed down horizontally. It carried a powerful destructive force and slashed the bloody body of the fire mantis. The force of more than 700,000 pounds destroyed the fire mantis body. It was so painful that the fire mantis hissed and waved its sharp forelimbs crazily, interrupting Yi Qinfeng's continuous attacks and forcing him to retreat. Sword force. This fire mantis can actually use sword force. As the fire-praying mantis attacked crazily, it sent out an incredible saber force. The saber force was very ferocious, like an unceasing torrent of endless waves. Saber after saber slashed at Yi Qinfeng. The fire-praying mantis attacked ferociously. Yi Qinfeng did not dodge the attack. Instead, he met it with all his might. Sword instant kill. Yi Qinfeng's body became one with the gigantic fault heavenly sword. He turned into a lightning-fast sword ray and pierced towards the incoming saber shadow. When Yi Qinfeng used all his strength to stab at the fire mantis's blade shadows, he felt as if he was stabbing into a raging sea. The terrifying vibrations continued to flow through the gigantic fault heavenly sword into his arm, causing his arm to tremble. He almost lost his grip on the gigantic fault heavenly sword. 700,000 pounds force explode. The injury on his arm continued to worsen, but Yi Qinfeng did not slow down his attacks. He let out a roar and unleashed a force of 350,000 kilograms, forcefully dispersing the saber force that had entered his arm. Then he stabbed towards the fire mantis. Tisk! The gigantic sword force with 700,000 pounds force and sword force broke through the sword force and stabbed the fire mantis' sharp forelimb. The powerful force forced the fire mantis to retreat. Sensing the threat that Yi Qinfeng posed to it, the fire mantis also began to fight with all its might. When Yi Qinfeng attacked with all his might, its huge body suddenly burst into flames. An endless amount of life flames surged out of its body and engulfed Yi Qinfeng. The temperature was so high that it instantly melted the blood dragon's soul armor. Yi Qinfeng's body was charred black, and the life flames drilled into his body. Chaos divine would devour. Seeing that Yi Qinfeng couldn't withstand the life flames released by the fire mantis and that his meridians and organs were starting to be damaged, the Chaos divine would, under the control of Yi Qinfeng's will, extended thousands of thin roots to every corner of Yi Qinfeng's body and crazily devoured the life flames that had entered his body. Under the devouring of the Chaos divine wood, the life flames released by the fire mantis were completely restrained and couldn't threaten Yi Qinfeng. Profound frost spirit water. Freeze! When the life flames released by the fire mantis were about to be exhausted, Yi Qinfeng didn't give it a chance to breathe. The profound frost spirit water poured out of his body and attacked it. At its peak, the fire-praying mantis naturally did not fear the profound frost spirit water, but at this moment, the life flame in its body was almost exhausted, and the injuries on its body were too severe. A thin layer of ice covered its huge body, causing its movements to appear a little sluggish. 7 Sword of Judgment. Extreme cold. Yi Qinfeng didn't waste this rare opportunity. His sword force gushed out of his body and transformed into an extreme cold sword light filled with the power of the great Tao. It bombarded the fire mantis at close range. Boom! Boom! 2 powerful explosive forces rang out. The terrifying power of the great path blasted a bloody hole in the fire mantis' heavily injured body. Its huge body smashed into the hard cave wall, causing cracks to appear on the cave wall. It was on the verge of death. Collapsing cloud palm. Yi Qinfeng saw that the seriously injured fire mantis wanted to escape. Regardless of the huge consumption, he constantly sent out collapsing cloud palms filled with the force of 700,000 jin. He continuously attacked the fire mantis's heavily injured body and aggravated its injuries. The fire mantis's life force was constantly being destroyed by Yi Qinfeng. It also sent out the craziest attack before its death. Its fiery red wings flapped rapidly. It faced the collapsing cloud palms and quickly approached Yi Qinfeng. Just as the fire mantis forced itself to approach Yi Qinfeng, the profound frost spirit water once again poured out of Yi Qinfeng's body and froze the fire mantis, causing its movements to be sluggish. 7 Sword of Judgment. Extreme cold. A sword slashed out. The space shattered and a deep sword mark appeared in the scorching void. The sword slashed at the fire mantis's most heavily injured neck. Kacha! The terrifying Great Tao attack cut off the fire mantis's neck. A huge amount of dark green blood spurted out. After its neck was cut off, the fire mantis did not die immediately. It was still crazily waving its front limbs, wanting to kill Yi Chen-feng before it died. After using the 7 Sword of Judgment consecutively, Yi Chen-feng also consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, he had the Water of Heavenly Secrets. He instantly recovered the consumed soul power and continuously sent out collapsing cloud palms to attack the fire mantis's heavily injured body. After about half an hour, the fire mantis's attacks became weaker and weaker. It was finally smashed into pieces by the collapsing cloud palms filled with the force of 700,000 Jin. It died. Phew! I finally killed this fire mantis. Looking at the motionless fire mantis lying in a pool of green blood, Yi Chen-feng heaved a sigh of relief. If the fire mantis had not been severely injured by the sword demon's self-destruction before it died and the chaos divine would have restrained its life flame, Yi Chen-feng would not have been able to kill it even if he used the life spirit technique. Pass. Reward. Green spirit fire. When Yi Chen-feng killed the fire mantis, a deep voice suddenly sounded and entered Yi Chen-feng's ears. Green spirit fire. Hearing his reward, Yi Chen-feng was overjoyed. He did not expect to receive a heaven and earth spirit fire as a reward for killing the fire mantis. Thinking of the value of the spirit fire, he felt that all his efforts were worth it. Once he subdued the spirit fire, he would have another powerful trump card. After cutting off the fire mantis's sharp front limbs and digging out its monster core, Yi Chen-feng found the sword demon's remains. He obtained 33 demonic crystal bones, his sword, and a heavy Qinkuan bag. When Yi Chen-feng left the shattered and cracked cave, he saw a ball of green flame floating in midair amidst the sea of flames. The surrounding flames prostrated themselves under it, as if they were worshipping it, as expected of the heaven and earth spirit fire. Chapter 227. When Yi Chen-feng approached the green ethereal spirit fire, the sea of fire that was crawling under the green ethereal spirit fire suddenly attacked him. The overwhelming flames engulfed him. Buzz! After being attacked by the sea of fire, the perfect sword aura gushed out from Yi Chen-feng's body. While protecting his body, the sword aura slashed at the waves of fire. A single sword aura split open a gap in the scorching waves of fire. Swish! The surging waves of fire were split open by the perfect sword aura. The green ethereal spirit fire that was emitting a dark green glow suddenly contracted and turned into a dark green flaming spirit snake. It flew towards Yi Chen-feng. Why is this green ethereal spirit fire attacking? Yi Chen-feng's pupils contracted. He didn't expect that the reward that he obtained from killing the fire mantis would require him to subdue it with his own strength. He decisively controlled the perfect sword aura and slashed down. After being attacked by the perfect sword aura, the green ethereal spirit fire transformed into a flaming spirit snake that immediately exploded and filled the air. In the next moment, the green ethereal spirit fire that filled the air suddenly turned into countless green needles and attacked Yi Chen-feng from all directions. They broke through his body's defenses and entered his body. Chaos divine would devour! When the green ethereal spirit fire burned Yi Chen-feng's body, Yi Chen-feng immediately controlled the mystic frost spirit water to protect his meridians and internal organs. He then mobilized the power of the chaos divine would to devour. The chaos divine would could devour all kinds of energy and was the nemesis of the green ethereal spirit fire. Soon enough, the wanton green ethereal spirit fire in Yi Chen-feng's body was restrained by the chaos divine wood and was devoured bit by bit. Buzz, buzz, buzz! After being devoured by the chaos divine wood, the intelligent green ethereal spirit fire struggled violently. Waves of scorching energy were wreaking havoc in Yi Chen-feng's body, burning the devouring roots of the chaos divine wood and destroying his body. However, with the protection of the mystic frost spirit water and the restraint of the chaos divine wood, Yi Chen Feng could completely withstand the resisting flames released by the green ethereal spirit fire. He patiently controlled the chaos divine wood to devour and were down the green ethereal spirit fire's soul consciousness. It was unknown how long had passed. Could it be 10 days or longer? The green ethereal spirit fire's consciousness slowly dissipated and gradually calmed down. Phew, the green spiritual flame's consciousness is finally gone. Yi Chen Feng, who was under immense pressure, let out a long sigh of relief. He controlled the chaos divine wood to devour the green spiritual fire with all its might. After losing its mind, the chaos divine tree's devouring process became much smoother and faster. Slowly, after devouring a third of the green spirit fire, a thin strand of chaos power was generated from the chaos divine tree. Yi Chen Feng's strength was also slowly increasing as the chaos divine would devour the green spiritual fire. At the same time, at the other end of the Thunder Road, the Black Turtle King used all of his abilities and wasted many of his trump cards to kill the guardian of the Thunder Road. He obtained an extremely precious purple spiritual thunder. Devour. Looking at the purple spiritual lightning that contained the power of destruction, the eyes of the Black Turtle King, who was covered in wounds and had blood flowing out of his mouth, immediately lit up. He opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the purple spiritual lightning. If it could refine the extreme purple spiritual lightning, then its resistance to lightning would be greatly increased. It was completely confident that it would be able to overcome its second lightning tribulation and become the most terrifying sacred beast in the world. Rumble. After forcefully devouring the intelligent purple spiritual lightning, it immediately exploded inside the Black Turtle King's body. The powerful destructive power kept destroying the Black Turtle King's body, wanting to destroy it. Fortunately, the Black Turtle King had gone through the lightning tribulation. Its demonic beast body was much stronger than normal people. It withstood the purple spiritual lightning's attack and kept controlling the Yao Dan to wear down the purple spiritual lightning's consciousness. Time passed by day after day. When the Black Turtle King controlled the powerful Yao Dan to forcefully erase the purple spiritual lightning's consciousness and refine it, the black demon, whose robe was severely damaged and whose breathing was somewhat chaotic, suddenly appeared at the end of the Thunder Road. Black Turtle King, what is it doing? Why are its injuries so serious? Looking at the Black Turtle King's heavily injured body, the black demon's eyes immediately emitted a dense, killing intent. If he could take this opportunity to eliminate the Black Turtle King, then he would lose his biggest threat. The chances of him obtaining the biggest fortune in the undersea cave would increase by several times. Black Demon, you want to kill me? Just as the killing intent in the black demon's eyes became denser and denser, and he was about to make his move, the Black Turtle King, who forcefully erased the purple spiritual lightning's consciousness, suddenly spoke. A terrifying demonic power instantly locked onto him. Black Turtle King, why are your injuries so serious? Feeling that the demonic power in the Black Turtle King's body was still very terrifying and brought him a great threat, the black demon didn't act rashly. He quickly concealed the killing intent in his eyes and asked in a low voice, "My injuries were caused by refining a spiritual lightning." The Black Turtle King said without hiding anything. Streaks of lightning flashed in its bloody mouth. What? Spiritual lightning? Could it be the ultimate reward of this Thunder Road? The black demon knew the value of spiritual lightning. If he could obtain one, his strength would at least double. That's right. I think the reward for the other path of flames should be a ball of spiritual fire. That ball of spiritual fire was most likely obtained by Yi Chen Feng. The Black Turtle King didn't find Yi Chen Feng on the Thunder Road, so he knew that Yi Chen Feng had chosen another fire road. Although his realm wasn't high, his endless means made the Black Turtle King amazed. The Black Turtle King felt that Yi Qinfeng had most likely obtained the spiritual fire. Black Demon, how about we make a deal? You and I will work together to kill Yi Qinfeng. You want the spiritual fire, I want his heaven artifact. As for the other treasures on him, we will divide them equally. The Black Turtle King looked at the flickering black demon and proposed in a deep voice. All right. Although the Black Turtle King's injuries weren't light, the difference in strength between a level 6 Mystic Beastmaster and a Reverse Beast King was too big. Black Demon, who had used a lot of trump cards, didn't have the confidence to kill the Black Turtle King. In the end, he agreed to cooperate with the Black Turtle King to kill Yi Qinfeng. Phew, the Primal Chaos Divine would finally swallow the green spiritual fire. After more than 10 days of swallowing and refining, the Primal Chaos Divine would have completely swallowed the green spiritual fire and merged with Yi Qinfeng. After refining the green spiritual fire, Yi Qinfeng's strength had greatly increased, reaching the peak of level 5 Heavenly Beast Immortal Realm. More importantly, with the green spiritual fire and profound cold spiritual water, his attack power had greatly increased. I wonder what kind of attack power will be produced when the green spiritual fire and profound cold spiritual water fuse. Since ancient times, water and fire were incompatible, it was even more difficult for the spiritual water and spiritual fire to fuse together. But the existence of the Primal Chaos Divine was too heaven-defying. When the profound cold spiritual water and the green spiritual fire fused together, a destructive energy vortex was suddenly produced in the Primal Chaos Divine wood, and a violent aura was emitted from his body. Fire and water vortex. Yi Qinfeng shouted loudly. The fire and water energy vortex rushed out of his body. The energy was so strong that a large area of the air was distorted, and the space became extremely unstable. Break. The fire and water vortex spilled out and bombarded the sea of fire in the distance at an extremely fast speed. Rumble. A series of explosions resounded. The sea of fire in the distance was attacked by the fire and water vortex, and immediately issued an earth-shattering explosion sound. Endless tearing force wantonly spread out, and a huge crater with a radius of several miles was blasted out at the end of the road of fire. What a terrifying power! The energy contained in this fire and water vortex can probably kill a level 3 Mystic Beastmaster instantly. Seeing the destructive power of the fire and water vortex from afar, Yi Qinfeng showed a satisfied smile. After subduing the green spiritual fire, he had another powerful trump card in his hand. I wonder what the Black Turtle King has gained in the Lightning Road. Yi Qinfeng guessed that with the Black Turtle King's strength, its gains in the Lightning Road would not be worse than his. After getting the ultimate reward of the Lightning Road, its strength would probably be even more terrifying. Chapter 228. What a gloomy place! What is the origin of this underwater cave? Why is there such a gloomy graveyard in this cave? After flying out of the path of flames, Yi Qinfeng found himself in a gloomy graveyard. Looking around, there were densely packed graves everywhere. A deathly aura that made one shudder floated in the air. I wonder what dangers lie in this graveyard. Yi Qinfeng looked at the boundless graveyard and felt danger everywhere. He decisively summoned the sword puppet. Fuse. In order to increase the strength of the sword puppet, Yi Qinfeng took out 30 magic crystal bones and tried to fuse them into the sword puppet's body. In the next moment, endless demonic aura spread out from the sword puppet's body and converged into a malevolent demonic face. The demonic face charged at the sword puppet and hissed. Attacked by the demonic aura of the magic crystal bones, the sword puppet wasn't affected at all. It allowed the demonic face to attack its body and rapidly increased its strength. As expected, the sword puppet's strength can be greatly increased after fusing with the magic crystal bones. Sensing that the sword puppet had fused with 30 magic crystal bones and reached level 6 Mystic Beast Grandmaster, Yi Qinfeng was overjoyed. As long as he didn't encounter the mystic Turtle King, with the protection of the sword puppet, he had a chance to kill Black Demon and King Snake. Let's go! Yi Chin Fong put the sword puppet into his cosmos bag and summoned the golden rock wings. He shook off the demonic face's pursuit and flew towards the depths of the graveyard at an extremely fast speed. He was looking for a great opportunity here. As he flew deeper into the boundless graveyard, Yi Chin Fong was constantly attacked by skeletons crawling out from the graves. However, with the golden rock wings, Yi Chin Fong was very agile. He easily dodged the fierce attacks from the skeletons and slowly flew into the depths of the graveyard. And what a big graveyard! Yi Chin Fong flew around the graveyard for about a day. Suddenly, he discovered a massive tomb that was over 100 feet tall and several miles wide. A tombstone that was several hundred feet tall and stained with mysterious blood stood in front of the tomb, exuding an endless pressure. Whose tomb is this? Why is it so big? Yi Chin Fong put away his golden rock wings and gripped his titanic, full, heavenly sword tightly. He slowly approached the tomb, wanting to find out more about it. Yes, a ray pattern. As they approached the tomb, Yi Chin Fong's sharp senses discovered that the surroundings of the giant tomb were covered with runes. The runes enveloped the entire tomb and concealed the true scene around the tomb. Furthermore, the tombstone, which was dozens of feet tall, exerted a tremendous pressure on him, making him feel even more pressured. Oh, the snake demon monarch. It's actually trapped in the runes. Yi Chin Fong stood at the edge of the array pattern and released the power of the God-Eater brain to deduce the array pattern. He accidentally sensed the Snake Demon King's aura. At this moment, the Snake Demon King, who was being attacked by the array pattern, was crazily counterattacking. It was trying to rely on its own strength to tear apart the array pattern and approach the giant tomb to search for treasures. However, it knew nothing about array patterns, and the terrifying tombstone affected its strength. For a moment, it couldn't rely on its own attacks to break the array pattern around the giant tomb. Snake Demon King, since we are so fated, I will give you a gift. Yi Chin Fong's lips curled into a cold smile, and his eyes shot out a thick, murderous intent. He controlled the God-Eater brain to deduce the array pattern around the tomb, trying to change the structure of the array pattern and increase its offensive power to bombard the Snake Demon King. After about an incense stick's worth of time, the God-Eater brain understood the formation pattern structure of this great formation. Yi Chin Fong relied on his attainments in formation patterns to forcibly lower the defensive power of this great formation and increase its offensive power. Endless attacks bombarded the Snake Demon King, constantly shattering the black snake scales on its body and seriously injuring its body. Damn it! How did the power of the array increase again? The Snake Demon King, whose injuries continued to worsen and whose mouth was overflowing with blood, was enraged. It let out a series of ear-piercing hisses and burned its demon core at all costs to forcibly increase its strength. It twitched its snake tail to attack the formation runes. Under the attack of the Snake Demon King's burning demon core, cracks appeared on the surface of the array whose defensive power had decreased. Through these cracks, Yi Chin Fong saw the Snake Demon King's battered body. Oh no, why is he outside? Yi Chin Fong saw the Snake Demon King, and the Snake Demon King also saw him out of the corner of its eye. Its heart sank to the bottom, and it became anxious. Devil Snake King, don't make any unnecessary struggles. Even if this formation pattern doesn't kill you, you won't be able to escape from my pursuit. You should just obediently accept your fate. Yi Chin Fong deliberately attacked the Devil Snake King to distract it. Humph, you think you can do it? The battered Snake Demon King snorted coldly. Its mind was spinning rapidly as it tried to think of a way to deal with this. Although the Snake Demon King wasn't afraid of Yi Chin Fong, it was afraid of the sword puppet. What? Do you think I can't kill you? By the way, there's something I forgot to tell you. Your companion, The eight-eyed toad has been killed by me." Yi Qinfeng continued to disturb the snake demon king, destroying its psychological defenses bit by bit. "Yi Qinfeng, just you wait. Sooner or later, I will devour you." Hearing the news of the eight-eyed toad's death, the snake demon king flew into a rage and cursed in a shrill voice. Rumble. As it roared, the attack power gathered by the array pattern swept down. The terrifying attacks bombarded its body continuously, shattering large patches of snake scales and revealing scarlet flesh. "Maybe I don't need to do anything. With your strength, you can't break this array pattern restriction. This tomb will be your grave." Yi Qinfeng continued with a cold smile when he saw the snake demon king's injuries through the cracks of the array pattern. As its injuries worsened, the snake demon king became more and more anxious. Through the cracks of the array pattern, it saw the tomb not far away. Suddenly, it used its killer move and attacked. It wanted to wake up the master of the tomb and make the situation chaotic. Only then would it have a chance to escape. Demon snakes fill the sky. Ignoring its injuries, the snake demon king forcibly split into demon snake shadows and continuously attacked the array pattern around the tomb. It forcibly tore cracks in the array pattern that had its defensive power reduced and attacked the huge tomb, causing it to shake. Huge cracks spread on the surface of the tomb. Roar! The next moment, a sinister and terrifying sound came from the tomb, causing the entire array pattern to tremble violently. This snake demon king is so smart. It actually thought of waking up the master of the tomb to deal with me. Hearing the terrifying sound coming from the tomb, Yi Qinfeng's face showed a trace of seriousness. Without hesitation, he summoned the sword puppet. At the next moment, a surge of power gushed out from the tomb, forcibly dispersing the formation runes that enveloped the tomb. A corpse king that was over 8 meters tall, with a grayish-brown body and huge chains wrapped around its body. Its hollow eyes were filled with corpse bugs, and it emitted a thick, deathly aura, broke through the tomb and crawled out. Chapter 229. How dare you disturb this king's slumber? Die for me. The corpse king was holding a 5-meter-long hammer that was stained with blood. It was a supreme-grade, earth-grade weapon. It roared furiously at the snake demon king and smashed down with the hammer with great force. If it was at its peak, the peak level 3 heavenly beast demonic snake king would not be afraid of the level 6 Xian beast ancestor corpse king's attacks. However, it was currently heavily injured by the formation around the tomb, and was also suppressed by the mysterious tombstone. It was unable to unleash its full power and could only twist its huge body to dodge the attacks. Boom! The hard ground was hit by the corpse king's hammer, and a huge hole was formed, and the terrifying power shook the ground. Sword puppet, kill the snake demon king with all your might. Compared to the corpse king, the snake demon king was more of a threat to him. While the snake demon king was dodging with all its might, Yi Qinfeng immediately ordered the sword spirit puppet that was filled with a large amount of demonic qi to attack the snake demon king. He wanted to take advantage of the situation to kill it. Qi, the sound of air being torn apart, rang out. The sword puppet held the great K heavenly sword and slashed at the snake demon king's body at an extremely fast speed. Although the snake demon king dodged the corpse king's attack, it was unable to dodge the sword spirit puppet's attack. A bloody sword wound appeared on its back that was covered with snake scales. A large amount of blood flowed out, causing the snake demon king to hiss in pain. Yi Qinfeng, this king will remember this enmity. Sooner or later, this king will make you pay with interest. The snake demon king glared at Yi Qinfeng with its blood-red eyes, leaving behind a vicious sentence, and tried to break out of the encirclement. Snake demon king, wait until you are alive to leave. Yi Qinfeng quickly summoned the golden rock wings and flew into the air. Like a flash of lightning, he appeared in front of the snake demon king. In the next moment, The perfect sword force gushed out of his body and quickly deduced the power of the great Tao, turning into an endless chill that froze the entire void. 7 swords of judgment, extreme cold. Yi Qinfeng roared, and the cold sword light that froze the void shot out a top-grade, earth-tier aqua-blue longsword. It was like a falling star, and it bombarded the Snake Demon King in an attempt to stop it. At this critical moment, the Snake Demon Monarch spat out its origin monster core and charged forward, bombarding the extreme cold sword beam. Rumble, the 2 powerful forces collided with each other. It was as if there was an endless explosion of heavenly thunder. Countless rocks were completely shattered and the earth trembled. After all, the demonic Snake King was a level 3 heavenly beast, and its beast core contained a terrifying amount of energy. The 2 powerful energies clashed for just a breath's time, and the extreme cold sword light that contained the power of the great Tao shattered. The extreme frost sword aura was broken, but the Snake Demon King's speed was also affected. It was blocked by the sword puppet and the Zombie King, and it was once again caught in a tough battle. Demonic snakes filled the sky. The Snake Demon King's injuries continued to worsen. It did not hesitate to burn its origin monster energy and burn its beast core, forcibly conjuring hundreds of snake shadows to block the tidal wave of attacks. Next, a cloud of blood mist exploded from the Snake Demon King's body, and its speed instantly increased. It broke through the sword puppet and the Zombie King's pursuit, and broke out of the ancient tomb at an extremely fast speed. Sword puppet, kill the Zombie King with all your might. Looking at the Snake Demon King's back as it broke out of the encirclement, Yi Qinfeng decisively ordered the sword puppet to attack the Zombie King, while he flapped his golden rock wings and chased after the Snake Demon King with all his might. He wanted to seize the opportunity when the Snake Demon King was heavily injured to eliminate this potential threat. Upon receiving Yi Qinfeng's order, the sword puppet quickly changed its target. Its perfect sword aura gushed out of its body, and it attacked the Zombie King that was not far away. The Snake Demon King was suppressed by the mysterious tombstone and could not use its full strength. However, the sword puppet was not affected at all. Its physical defense was even more terrifying than the Zombie King's, and it was not afraid of the Zombie King's terrifying attack at all. Boom, boom, boom. The sword puppet and the Zombie King fiercely fought each other, stirring up endless sparks. Because the destructive power of the two's battle was too terrifying, it formed a black storm outside the ancient tomb, sweeping in all directions. Profound frost spirit water, freeze! Yi Qinfeng quickly flapped his golden rock wings and slowly caught up with the wounded Snake Demon King. He constantly controlled the profound frost spirit water to freeze its body and slow down its speed. Yi Qinfeng, you dare to chase after this king by yourself? Seeing that Yi Qinfeng was about to catch up with the Snake Demon King, the Snake Demon King suddenly turned its body and jumped up. It opened its bloody mouth and spat out a dark green poisonous mist at Yi Qinfeng, wanting to poison Yi Qinfeng. Green spirit fire, burn! Suddenly attacked by the Snake Demon King's poisonous mist, Yi Qinfeng did not panic. He quickly controlled the green spirit fire to fly out of his body and engulfed the poisonous mist, burning it into green smoke. Spirit fire, you really subdued a spirit fire. As a demon beast of the North Sea, the Snake Demon King was very afraid of spirit fire. Seeing the green spirit fire sweeping over, it instinctively spat out a demon core to resist the green spirit fire, not daring to let it come close to it. Shadow, transforming golden needle talisman. The golden rock wings quickly flapped, rolling up a hurricane, and quickly approached the Snake Demon King. When it was 5 meters away, Yi Qinfeng detonated a shadow, transforming golden needle talisman, transforming it into a large number of golden needles, directly attacking the Snake Demon King's soul. Although demon beasts had strong bodies, Their soul was their weakness. After being attacked by the shadow transforming golden needle talisman, the snake demon king's soul was immediately injured. A huge pain instantly spread through its head, causing it to howl in pain. Water and fire whirlpool. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the profound cold spirit water to fuse with the green spirit fire, forming a whirlpool that swept through the heaven and earth, engulfing the snake demon king who was roaring in pain and crazily destroying its body. The snake demon king's physical injuries were already extremely heavy, and now that it was attacked by the water and fire whirlpool, it was even worse. Many parts of its body revealed white bones. Demon core burn. With its life hanging by a thread, the seriously injured snake demon king made up its mind and decisively burned 2/3 of its demon core, erupting with a suffocating demon power. It tore apart the water and fire whirlpool, transforming into a demon snake that was dozens of meters long, attacking Yi Qinfeng. The snake demon king burned 2/3 of its demon core, and the demon snake that it transformed into was extremely terrifying. It contained enough power to kill Yi Qinfeng. Seeing the demon snake approaching at an extremely fast speed, Yi Qinfeng decisively flapped his golden rock wings, raising his body and dodging the demon snake's attack. Boom! The moment Yi Qinfeng dodged, the demon snake exploded, transforming into a terrifying tsunami-like force that shook the void and buzzed, bombarding Yi Qinfeng. Not good. Facing the self-explosion of the demon snake, Yi Qinfeng, who had no way to dodge, quickly detonated 300 crystal cold jade talismans, forming 3 layers of cold crystal light barriers around his body. He also blocked the violent demon power with his golden rock wings in front of him. However, the snake demon king burned 2/3 of its demon core, and its attack was too terrifying. The 3 layers of cold crystal light barriers only lasted for 6 breaths of time before shattering. There was still a lot of violent demon power that passed through the golden rock wings and bombarded Yi Qinfeng's body, sending him flying. If Yi Qinfeng hadn't cultivated his 6 meridians divine shield to the 5th level, such a terrifying destructive attack would have been enough to destroy his body. The extremely weak snake demon king revealed a look of regret when it saw that Yi Qinfeng wasn't killed by the self-explosion of the demon snake that it had burned 2/3 of its demon core. Chapter 230. Sigh, I still let it get away. Yi Qinfeng crawled out of the pit, heavily injured and covered in blood. He looked in the direction that the snake fiend king fled in. Since he no longer had the strength to chase after it, he quickly consumed an earth-ranked spirit pill to treat his injuries. At the same time, the battle between the sword puppet and the zombie king had reached its climax. The ground around the ancient tomb had been destroyed beyond recognition by the 2 of them, and many places had completely collapsed. Although the zombie king's body was several times larger than the sword puppet's and his strength was comparable to a peerless king, his body's defense could not compare to the sword puppet's. His hammers were constantly smashing down, but they were unable to harm the sword puppet in the slightest. On the other hand, the sword puppet's titanic fault, heavenly sword, was constantly attacking his body, leaving crisscrossing sword scars all over his body. A wood, just who are you? The zombie king was extremely intelligent. When he realized that his tide-like attacks were unable to harm the sword puppet in the slightest, he began to think of retreating. However, the sword puppet only knew how to kill. It ignored the zombie king's words and continued to burn its demon crystal bones and mid-grade soul crystals, attacking him with all its might. A dazzling sword light soared into the sky, fused with powerful demonic chi and sword aura, and slashed at the retreating zombie king. The terrifying sword light seemed to want to split the heavens and the earth. The zombie king's heart was filled with fear, and he used all his strength to block the attack with his heavy hammer. Boom! The sword spirit puppet's sword chi slashed down on the corpse king's heavy hammer, and immediately a powerful explosive force erupted. The terrifying sword chi repeatedly struck the heavy hammer, and the more than 8 meters tall Corpse King was forced to retreat. After forcing the Zombie King back, the sword puppet followed up with another attack. Its entire body fused with the titanic fault heavenly sword, and it was like an invincible divine sword, intimidating the surroundings as it continued to attack the Zombie King. The ferocious attacks completely suppressed the Zombie King, and he was forced to retreat. In the end, he crashed into the ancient tomb, which was tens of meters tall, and cracked it open. Slash! The sword puppet's eyes sparkled like jewels. It slashed forward with all its might. The terrifying sword energy was like a galaxy flowing backwards. It cut through the void and severed the right arm of the Corpse King, causing black blood to spurt everywhere. Ah, lowly fellow, I will definitely kill you. After losing his right arm, the Zombie King went berserk. The several meters thick iron chains coiled around his body let out a series of clanking noises, coiling around the sword's spirit puppet like numerous long dragons, and forcibly tied him up, rendering him unable to move. You can go to hell for me. After binding the sword puppet, the berserk Zombie King roared as it picked up a heavy hammer that weighed more than 100,000 Gene and smashed it down on the sword puppet's head. The Zombie King was a level 6 mystic beast sect expert, and his strength was boundless. His full strength strike with the heavy hammer was enough to threaten a peerless king. However, when the heavy hammer smashed into the sword puppet's head, not only did it not hurt the sword puppet at all, but a powerful force passed through the heavy hammer and into his arm, causing his arm to go numb. He almost lost his grip on the heavy hammer. What are you? The highly intelligent Zombie King looked in horror at the sword puppet that was completely unharmed and beyond his comprehension. He let out a terrified roar. Swish! Just as the Zombie King was panicking, the titanic fault heavenly sword exploded with boundless sword light. It broke through the chains that bound the sword puppet and pierced through the Zombie King's body. The terrifying sword energy continued to destroy his body, and large amounts of black blood splattered out. The Zombie King, whose right arm had been cut off, was terrified. He decisively abandoned the sword puppet and wanted to escape. However, at that moment, Yi Chen Feng flapped his golden rock wings and flew over at an extremely fast speed, blocking his path. Fire-water vortex. The profound cold spirit water and the green spirit fire gushed out of Yi Chen Feng's body at the same time. They quickly merged and formed a powerful vortex that swallowed the 8-meter-tall Zombie King. When the Zombie King used his powerful physical strength to forcefully tear apart the fire-water vortex, the sword puppet once again merged with the titanic fault heavenly sword and intertwined to form a 10-meter-long light sword that contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. It ruthlessly slashed down and chopped off the Zombie King's left arm. After his left and right arms were chopped off by the sword puppet, the Zombie King fell into a frenzy. Endless demonic energy erupted from his body. Although the Zombie King's attack before his death was terrifying, it was still unable to hurt the sword puppet. Resisting the demonic energy that was crazily attacking him, the sword puppet quickly approached the Zombie King. It intertwined with endless sword energy and continuously attacked the Zombie King's body. In the end, the Zombie King's huge body was cut into pieces and died on the spot. Half of the demonic energy contained in the 30 magic crystal bones has been used up, and a third of the mid-grade soul crystals have been used up. When the sword puppet killed the Zombie King, Yi Chen Feng sensed the remaining energy of the sword puppet and sighed helplessly. Although Yi Chen Feng still had a lot of mid-grade soul crystals and magic crystal bones, he could not afford to use them up at such a high rate. Fortunately, the Zombie King's weapon, the Zombie King's hammer, which weighed more than 100,000 pounds, was a top-grade, earth-grade weapon. It more or less made up for the loss of the sword puppet. What is this? When Yi Chen Feng examined the Zombie King's body, he found a heart-like magic crystal bone near his heart. And inside this magic crystal bone was a drop of dark red blood. What a powerful demonic energy! Yi Qinfeng picked up this magic crystal bone and found that the demonic energy it contained was dozens of times stronger than ordinary magic crystal bones. The reason why the Zombie King's strength was so terrifying was because of this magic crystal bone. I wonder if I can cultivate the marrow refining stage to the minor success stage after refining this magic crystal bone. In order to further improve his strength, Yi Qinfeng decided to refine this magic crystal bone that contained the mysterious blood and break through to the level 6 heavenly beast immortal realm. He would try to cultivate the last stage of the 6 meridians divine shield stage, the marrow refining stage. If he could break through and cultivate the marrow refining stage to the minor success stage, then his pure physical strength would reach a terrifying force of 600,000 pounds. With just his physical strength, he would be able to crush an ordinary Xian beast sect expert. Sword puppet, let's go. Yi Qinfeng searched through the huge ancient tomb, but did not find any valuable treasures. He left with the sword puppet helplessly. 100 miles northwest of the ancient tomb, they found an abandoned tomb. They drilled into it and laid down hundreds of defensive array patterns to seal the tomb area. Sword puppet, protect me. Yi Qinfeng gave the sword puppet a guard order and began to adjust his breathing to recover. He was preparing to adjust his condition to the best state before refining the magic crystal bone of the heart demon shadow to break through to the next stage. Just as Yi Qinfeng was hiding in the depths of the tomb and preparing to refine this extraordinary magic crystal bone, the Snake Demon King, who had escaped with serious injuries, happened to run into Black Demon in this tomb. Chapter 231. Phew, it's time to refine this demon heart crystal. Yi Qinfeng had spent most of the day adjusting his breathing, finally adjusting his body to its peak state. He was ready to refine this demon heart crystal that contained the mysterious blood. This demon heart crystal doesn't have any demonic energy. When Yi Qinfeng carefully refined the demon heart crystal didn't leak out any demonic energy, which surprised him a little. He hesitated for a moment, then controlled the perfect sword aura to wrap around his fingertips. He forcibly cut open his own chest and placed the demon heart crystal into his bloody chest. As the demon heart crystal entered his body, Yi Qinfeng immediately felt a violent demonic energy fuse into his flesh and blood, rampaging through his crisscrossing meridians and destroying his body. Soul-devouring tactics refine. Yi Qinfeng resisted the tearing pain from his body, multitasking. On one hand, he operated the soul-devouring tactics, forcibly refining the demonic energy released by the demon heart crystal, increasing his strength. On the other hand, he cultivated the 6 meridian divine shield, forcibly refining the massive amount of demonic energy surging through his meridians into his bone marrow. Yi Qinfeng had personally experienced the pain of bone forging, but compared to the pain of marrow refining, the pain of bone forging was nothing. As the demonic energy released by the demon heart crystal was compressed into his bone marrow, Yi Qinfeng suddenly felt as if 10,000 arrows were piercing his heart. Every bit of demonic energy that was compressed into his bone marrow was like thousands of silver needles piercing into his body, causing him to hover between life and death. Phew, endure, I must endure. Yi Qinfeng clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, bitterly persevering, enduring the inhuman pain brought about by marrow refining. However, as the demonic energy released by the demon heart crystal increased, Yi Qinfeng's body slowly swelled up. Tiny cracks spread across his skin, and large amounts of dark red blood uncontrollably seeped out. At this time, Yi Qinfeng felt as if his body was about to explode. The recklessly released energy constantly erupted within his body. Even though his body was incomparably powerful, he still couldn't withstand it. Soon, flowers of blood bloomed on the surface of Yi Qinfeng's body. Large amounts of flesh and blood couldn't withstand the energy released by the demon heart crystal and constantly exploded. Cracks also appeared in his blood vessels, Chaos Divine would suppress it with all your might. The reason Yi Qinfeng dared to take the risk of directly swallowing the demon heart crystal was because of the Chaos Divine wood within his body. Seeing that Yi Qinfeng could not withstand the energy released by the demon heart crystal, he decisively controlled the Chaos Divine wood to suppress the energy released by the demon heart crystal, relieving his pressure and pain. Under the suppression of the Chaos Divine wood, Yi Qinfeng's rapidly expanding body slowly returned to normal. The pain in his body also lessened a little, and at this time, Yi Qinfeng had refined a fifth of the demon heart crystal's energy. His soul force had reached an overflowing degree, and his spirit beast blood dragon had also reached the limit of its strength, unable to continue growing. This time, the accumulation had reached perfection. Yi Qinfeng did not hesitate any longer, allowing the soul power in his body to continue to increase. When the conditions were right, he naturally broke through the bottleneck and reached the 6th level of the heavenly beast immortal realm. After breaking through to the next realm, Yi Qinfeng's body's endurance had greatly increased. His ruptured meridians and flesh were slowly healing under the nourishment of his greatly increased soul power. Demon heart crystal, go all out to refine the marrow. After breaking through to the 6th level of the heavenly beast immortal realm, Yi Qinfeng knew that he would not be able to break through to the profound beast ancestor realm in a short period of time, so he wholeheartedly devoted himself to refining the marrow. As more and more demon heart crystal's energy was absorbed into his marrow, a large amount of blood flowed out of his body, soaking the soil beneath him and dyeing him red. I've finally begun to change my blood. Yi Qinfeng knew that in order to refine the marrow, he first had to change his blood. Only by changing the blood in his body would he be able to cultivate to the small success stage of the marrow refining realm. And the process of changing blood was extremely fierce. The slightest carelessness could result in failure. He could not be disturbed by others, or else his life would be in danger. At the same time, Black Demon and the Snake Demon King had turned the ancient tomb upside down, but they could not find Yi Qinfeng's whereabouts. Damn it, that Yi Qinfeng escaped. The Snake Demon King gritted his teeth because he could not find Yi Qinfeng. Although he had completely stabilized his injuries, the loss from burning his Yao core could not be recovered in a short period of time. Without several years, he would not be able to recover to his peak state. Such a large ancient tomb. There must be a great treasure. I think that Yi Qinfeng will refine the treasure as soon as he obtains it. Let's search the nearby area. Perhaps we will have an unexpected harvest. Black Demon's eyes flashed with a ruthless light as he looked around at the yin qi pervading the surroundings. All right. The Snake Demon King nodded and searched for Yi Qinfeng's whereabouts with Black Demon. Time passed day by day. Yi Qinfeng relied on his tenacious willpower to endure the inhumane torment while suppressing the energy released by the demon heart bone into his marrow. He accelerated the speed of his blood changing and slowly changed his marrow. Kacha! About 5 days later, Yi Qinfeng's old blood had almost flowed out. Just as his marrow was slowly changing and new blood was being produced, cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the demon heart bone that had almost exhausted its energy. The strand of dark red blood that was nurtured in the deepest part of the demon heart bone flowed out and fused with Yi Qinfeng's body. Suddenly, a ghostly wail came from Yi Qinfeng's body. The dark red blood seemed to have a life of its own as it screamed in Yi Qinfeng's body, destroying his flesh. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qinfeng felt his flesh being destroyed beyond recognition by the energy released by the dark red blood. His recently healed meridians and internal organs were damaged once again. He quickly controlled the primal chaos divine would to suppress it. But at this time the strand of dark red blood that seemed to have a life of its own rushed into Yi Qinfeng's mind at an extremely fast speed, wanting to devour his brain and control his body. What kind of blood is this? Feeling the intent of the dark red blood, Yi Qin-feng was shocked. He quickly controlled the God-Eater brain to release a powerful devouring power to envelop it, forcibly erasing the mysterious consciousness in the blood. Screech! Sensing the threat of the God-Eater brain, the dark red blood immediately became restless, releasing streaks of bloody light, wanting to escape from Yi Qin-feng's mind. But the God-Eater brain completely restrained it, not giving it a chance to escape. Streaks of devouring power seeped into the blood, quickly refining its consciousness. Soon, the consciousness in the dark red blood became weaker and weaker. In the end, it turned into a drop of blood that contained pure soul power and floated in Yi Qin-feng's mind. The next moment, the information of this drop of blood appeared in the God-Eater brain. Heavenly soul blood, the best soul blood in the world. It contains the power of the heavenly soul and can nourish spiritual beasts. If not for the God-Eater brain, Yi Qin-feng would never have known about the heavenly soul blood. This was because in the records of the fighting spirit continent, only the earthly soul blood was mentioned. The appearance of the earthly soul blood alarmed many reclusive old monsters in the fighting spirit continent, setting off a bloody storm. After learning the information of this mysterious drop of blood, Yi Qin-feng was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he condensed a blood dragon in his mind and swallowed the heavenly soul blood. After swallowing the heavenly soul blood, the blood dragon immediately transformed. The dragon scales covering its body became bigger and bigger, and its towering dragon horns became sharper. And on its forehead, the ancient king, word was faintly discernible: roar. Just as the blood dragon merged with the heavenly soul blood and underwent a qualitative change, an extremely penetrating dragon's roar rang out in Yi Qin-feng's mind. The terrifying sound wave broke through the layers of formation patterns and soared into the clouds, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. What's that sound? The black demon and the snake demon monarch, who were desperately searching for Yi Qin-feng, immediately looked toward the northwest when they heard the dragon roar released by the blood dragon's transformation. Dragon roar, it's a dragon roar. It's coming from Yi Qin-feng's spiritual beast. He's in the northwest. Chapter 232. The king, ancient rune. Is the blood dragon going to evolve into a blood dragon king after fusing with the heavenly soul blood? Normally, the spiritual beast of a legendary king would only evolve after reaching the battle beast emperor realm. However, Yi Qin-feng's spiritual beast was evolving for the second time after reaching the level 6 heavenly beast immortal realm. This had never happened before in the history of the Duhan continent. Someone is approaching. It's them. While Yi Qin-feng was waiting for the blood dragon to fuse with the heavenly soul blood and evolve for the second time, he suddenly sensed Black Demon and the Snake Demon King's aura rapidly approaching. He guessed that they were attracted by the blood dragon's roar during its evolution. Sword Puppet, stop them from getting close to me at all costs. Yi Qin-feng only had one drop of the heavenly soul blood. The blood dragon could not afford any mistakes during its evolution. If it was disturbed, it might affect the blood dragon's final evolution. Yi Qin-feng immediately ordered the sword puppet. Upon receiving Yi Qin-feng's order, the sword puppet jumped out of the 10-meter deep tomb and appeared outside with the gigantic full heavenly sword in hand. It guarded the entrance of the tomb and looked at Black Demon and the Snake Demon King with sharp eyes. Yi Qin-feng, I didn't expect you to be hiding here. Today, I must devour you. Although the sword puppet was still a great threat, the Snake Demon King believed that it could kill Yi Qin-feng and take revenge with Black Demon's help. Anyone who comes close will die. The sword spirit puppet's gem-like eyes shone with a strong killing intent as it warned with a murderous look in its eyes. Black Demon, how about I leave that brat's doppelganger to you? I will go down and kill Yi Qin-feng. The Snake Demon King's strength was greatly reduced due to the severe loss of its monster core. It did not dare to face the sword puppet alone, so it suggested to Black Demon, "Sure, but after killing Yi Chin Fong, I will choose first from his treasures." Black Demon replied in a low voice, "Okay." The Snake Demon King hesitated for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. Demon Killing Array. Black Demon also knew how terrifying the sword puppet was. He immediately summoned his biggest trump card, the Demon Killing Array, which was filled with endless demon chi. Sword puppet, hold on for half an incense's worth of time at all costs. Don't let them come near me during this time. Yi Chin Fong immediately gave the sword puppet a death order the moment he sensed the aura of the demon killing formation. Upon receiving Yi Chin Feng's order, the sword puppet immediately ignited the magic crystal bone and mid-grade soul crystal that had fused with its body. Waves of powerful energy erupted from its body, causing the air around it to churn. Demon killing formation, endless killing light. Hei Emo spat out a mouthful of blood essence into the demon-killing matrix. Immediately, the demon-killing matrix was activated. The powerful demonic power caused the heaven and earth to change. Streaks of black demonic light, which were powerful enough to kill a level 6 mystic beast sect expert, shot out from the demon-killing matrix. They dispersed the demon chi floating in the air and bombarded the sword puppet's body at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Facing the endless killing light attack formed by the demon-killing matrix, the perfect sword force gushed out from the sword puppet's body. It suddenly took a step forward, and the powerful force created a spiderweb-like crack on the ground. Perfect sword force slash. The sword spirit puppet slashed out with its sword, and a 10-meter-long light sword split the heavens and the earth. The incomparably sharp sword light directly shattered the endless killing light that was coming at it and bombarded the rapidly revolving demon killing array. Rumble. A series of terrifying explosions rang out, and a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions with the demon-killing matrix as the center, causing a large number of cracks to appear on the ground. Witnessing the power of the sword puppet's sword, the Snake Demon King's expression changed slightly. A trace of fear appeared in its heart, and it didn't dare to blindly approach the sword puppet. Let's see how many times you can withstand the demon-killing matrix's attacks. Although the sword puppet's attack power shocked Black Demon, he was very confident in the demon-killing matrix's attack power. After forcibly stabilizing the demon-killing matrix, he continued to control the demon-killing matrix to attack the sword puppet. As the demon-killing matrix's attacks became more and more violent, the entire void trembled. An endless storm swept through the heaven and earth, as if the end of the world had arrived. Facing the ferocious attacks of the demon-killing matrix, the sword puppet was like an unshakable war god. It held the gigantic fault heavenly sword in its hand and fiercely counterattacked. Streaks of sharp sword shadows constantly slashed the demonic light and collided with the demon-killing matrix. What are you waiting for? Quickly go and kill that Yi Chin Fong. When Black Demon was controlling the demon-killing matrix to attack, he found that the Snake Demon King was indifferent. He was furious and roared at the Snake Demon King. Black Demon, the destructive power of your attacks is too terrifying. How do you want me to get close? If the demon core wasn't damaged, the Snake Demon King would naturally dare to rush into the destructive storm. But now its demon core had less than a third of its demon core left, and its strength was greatly reduced. It didn't dare to take the risk. Trash! Black Demon cursed in his heart. Ignoring the damage to his body, he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood essence and fused it with the demon-killing matrix to increase its attack power. He wanted to force the sword puppet back. However, the sword puppet's defense was too terrifying. The attacks of the demon-killing matrix couldn't hurt it at all, let alone shake its body. However, the energy contained in the sword puppet was being consumed at an extremely fast speed. Blood Dragon, use all your strength to refine the heavenly soul blood. Sensing that the sword puppet only had a third of its strength left, Yi Qin Feng controlled the blood dragon to speed up the refinement of the heavenly soul blood and undergo a second evolution. Roar! As the blood dragon was evolving at full strength, it let out painful dragon roars from time to time, destroying the entire tomb. Snake Demon King, if I'm not wrong, now is the best time to kill Yi Qin Feng. If we miss this opportunity, it will be difficult for us to kill him. Hearing the blood dragon's painful roars, the experienced black demon guessed that Yi Qin Feng was at a critical stage of his cultivation. He continued to urge the Snake Demon King. All right, the Snake Demon King made up its mind. It twisted its huge body and took the risk to approach the sword puppet. Seeing the Snake Demon King approaching, the sword puppet allowed the demon-killing matrix to attack it. It interweaved sharp sword rays and attacked the Snake Demon King, forcing it to retreat. Where did Yi Qin Feng get this clone? Why is it so sturdy and unbreakable? Facing the fierce attacks of the demon-killing matrix head-on, even a peerless king would have to avoid it. However, the sword puppet wasn't affected at all. It even had the strength to attack the Snake Demon King. This made Black Demon anxious. Time passed bit by bit. Seeing that the sword puppet only had a fifth of its energy left, the blood dragon finally refined the heavenly soul blood that contained the power of the heavenly soul. Its entire body underwent a huge change. The dragon scales that covered its entire body doubled in size. Its huge body grew to 1,000 meters. Its dragon horns became more prominent, and its sharp dragon claws seemed to be able to tear the world apart. Its power was endless. However, the second evolution of a spiritual beast at the level 6 Heavenly Beast Immortal realm was beyond the scope of the Heavenly Tao. A drop of precious heavenly soul blood didn't allow the blood dragon to completely evolve into the Blood Dragon King. However, the power contained in the blood dragon surpassed the spiritual beasts of ordinary mystic beast sect experts. It greatly increased Yi Qin Feng's strength. Sword Puppet let the Snake Demon King in. After breaking through to the level 6 Heavenly Beast Immortal realm, almost all the blood in his body had been replaced. The blood dragon had completed 2/3 of its evolution. Yi Qin Feng's strength had greatly increased. He couldn't wait to test his own strength. Upon receiving Yi Qin Feng's order, the sword puppet suddenly moved. It gave up on guarding and rushed toward Black Demon, launching a counterattack. Good chance. Chapter 233. Rune Formation Seal. The moment the Snake Demon King entered the tomb, Yi Qin Feng's hands moved quickly, forming a series of complicated hand seals. He quickly repaired the rune formation that was broken by the dragon's roar, sealing the ancient tomb once again. Seeing Yi Qin Feng's actions, the Snake Demon King's expression changed slightly, and a trace of uneasiness appeared in its heart. If Yi Qin Feng did not have something to rely on, he would not dare to seal the ancient tomb. Snake Demon King, I did not expect us to meet again so soon. Yi Qin Feng said in a deep voice with his hands behind his back, looking at the vigilant Snake Demon King with a faint smile. The Snake Demon King forcibly suppressed the uneasiness in its heart, sticking out its long tongue, and said with a murderous aura, Yi Qin Feng, don't think that you have nothing to fear just because you have broken through. This king will definitely devour you today. With just you? Yi Qin Feng's lips curled up slightly, and a trace of disdain appeared on his face. A strong battle intent was emitted from his body. In an instant, Yi Qin Feng's battle intent reached its peak, and an unparalleled battle intent spread out from his body, attacking the Snake Demon King's heart. Feeling Yi Qin Feng's battle intent, the uneasiness in the Snake Demon King's heart grew stronger. It could not imagine that a level 6 Heavenly Beast Immortal like Yi Qin Feng could give it such a huge pressure. Roar! When Yi Qin Feng's battle intent reached its peak, a high-pitched dragon's roar rang out. A blood dragon with a body length of 1,000 meters and a width of 1 meter appeared on Yi Qin Feng's body, filling the entire tomb. The snake demon king's body was already very big, but in front of the 1,000-meter-long blood dragon, it was like a small snake. The terrifying dragon's aura completely intimidated it, causing fear to grow in its heart. Instant kill sword. Just as the snake demon king's mind was shaken, the huge blood dragon fused into Yi Qinfeng's body. Boundless soul power erupted from his body, and an incomparably sharp blue sword light flashed in front of the snake demon king's eyes. The sword light pierced towards the snake demon king's scale-covered abdomen. The demonic snake king was, after all, a level 3 heavenly beast, and its scales had a terrifying defensive power. With the help of its tough scales, it managed to block Yi Qinfeng's instant kill strike. Brat, so you were bluffing. The serpent demon monarch saw that Yi Qianfeng, who had lost the gigantic fault heavenly sword, couldn't even break through its defenses. A sinister smile appeared on its charming face as it prepared to counterattack. 600,000 gene of force explode. Yi Qinfeng roared as a tidal wave of energy erupted from his body. The powerful energy directly broke through the snake demon king's body defense and pierced into its body. A large amount of blood spurted out from its abdomen. Ah, damn brat, I'll kill you. With its abdomen injured, the snake demon king immediately went berserk and whipped its slender tail at an extremely fast speed. Shape-shifting shadow. Faced with the snake demon king's attack, Yi Qinfeng immediately used shape-shifting shadow and instantly transformed into 9 shadows. He dodged the tail attack and continued to attack the snake demon king. Fire and water whirlpool. The profound cold spirit water and the green spirit fire gushed out of Yi Qinfeng's body. Under his control, they fused together, forming a whirlpool of water and fire. The whirlpool engulfed the snake demon king and crazily destroyed its body. Attacked by the fire and water whirlpool, the scales on the snake demon king's body were immediately damaged. A large amount of fire and ice energy kept drilling into its body, causing it unbearable pain. Demonic snakes filled the sky. The snake demon king unleashed the remaining power of its demonic core and instantly formed dozens of demonic snakes. They continuously attacked the fire and water whirlpool, forcibly tearing a hole in the whirlpool. 7 swords of judgment, extreme cold. Seeing that the snake demon king had broken free, the shadow of the blood dragon appeared behind Yi Qinfeng. The boundless power of the great Tao transformed into extreme cold sword light. It tore through the void and ruthlessly slashed at the snake demon king's huge body. After breaking through to the level 6 heavenly beast immortal realm, the blood dragon had evolved by 2/3. Yi Qinfeng's combat strength had greatly increased, and the power of the 7 swords of judgment had increased. The snake demon king, whose demonic core had been severely damaged, could only use half of its strength. It was unable to resist Yi Qinfeng's thunderous attacks. Qi. The extreme cold sword light tore through the demonic snakes, filled the sky that the snake demon king had unleashed. It broke through the snake demon king's body defense and blasted a bloody hole in its body, severely injuring it. The tomb, which was covered with array patterns, collapsed under the impact of the extreme cold sword light. What did he get in the ancient tomb? How did his strength increase so much? The snake demon king gritted its teeth as it thought that if it were not for Yi Qinfeng, the opportunity in the ancient tomb would have been its own. It hated Yi Qinfeng even more. Demonic core burn. Being valued, the snake demon king did not hesitate to burn its demonic core. It forcibly stabilized its injuries and rushed out of the tomb that had collapsed due to the array patterns. It wanted to escape. Whoa. Just as the snake demon king rushed out of the tomb, an ear-piercing sound of a sword rang out. Yi Qianfeng, who was surrounded by dragon shadows, cut open the tomb with his sword and attacked the snake demon king, not giving it a chance to escape. Black demon, save me. The Snake Demon King had never dreamt that Yi Qinfeng's combat strength would increase by dozens of times just by one level. It was a great threat to it, so it hurriedly asked Black Demon for help. However, under the fierce attacks of the sword puppet, Black Demon had no time to save it. He was constantly controlling the demon-killing array to attack the sword puppet. Stop shouting. No one can save you here. Yi Qinfeng looked at the panic-stricken Snake Demon King. A light flashed under his feet as he approached it at an extremely fast speed. Roar! When Yi Qinfeng approached, the Snake Demon King immediately opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of black, demonic power. It attacked Yi Qinfeng, trying to force him to retreat. The billowing, demonic power swept over. The perfect sword force and 600,000 kilograms of strength exploded in Yi Qinfeng's body at the same time. They intertwined in the aqua-blue sword and met the attack. Chi! An ear-piercing sound rang out. Yi Qinfeng's sword broke the black, demonic power spat out by the Snake Demon King like a hot knife cutting through butter. Fire and water vortex. Then the profound cold spirit water and the green spirit fire gushed out of Yi Qinfeng's body again, forming a vortex full of tearing power. It engulfed the Snake Demon King's scarred body. When the Snake Demon King burned its demonic core and forcibly broke through the fire and water vortex, a terrifying force locked onto it. Yi Qinfeng jumped high, holding the Corpse King hammer that weighed more than 100,000 kilograms, and smashed down with a powerful destructive force. The Corpse King hammer that weighed more than 100,000 kilograms had a terrifying destructive force. In addition to the 600,000 kilograms of strength that Yi Qinfeng had unleashed, the resulting power was enough to flatten a small mountain. Boom! The Corpse King hammer smashed down heavily like a meteorite on the Snake Demon King's body, directly flattening its huge body. A large amount of blood flowed out, and the ground within a 1-mile radius collapsed. No, don't kill me. As long as you spare me, I'm willing to submit to you. The Snake Demon King that was seriously injured and only had one breath left was terrified. It begged bitterly, "You don't deserve to follow me." The Snake Demon King's room for growth was limited. Yi Qinfeng did not waste a soul devourer's brain to control it. He continued to attack with the Corpse King hammer, completely destroying its vitality. Yi Qinfeng, die with me. With its vitality gone, the Snake Demon King that had fallen into madness roared and detonated its demonic core. A powerful explosive force burst out from its body. However, the moment the Snake Demon King detonated its demonic core, Yi Qinfeng's keen perception sensed the danger. He used form-shifting shadow to quickly dodge and was only affected by the aftershock. Chapter 234. Seeing the black demon's fleeing figure, Yi Qinfeng didn't order the sword spirit puppet, whose energy was almost depleted, to chase after the black demon. He quickly plundered the Snake Demon King's remains and obtained 41 demon crystal bones. Sword puppet, fuse! The sword puppet was his biggest reliance. Yi Qinfeng didn't hesitate to use the magic crystal bones and mid-grade soul crystals. He fused the remaining 360,000 mid-grade soul crystals and the 41 magic crystal bones he obtained from killing the Snake Demon King into the sword puppet's body to replenish its consumed energy. After fusing 360,000 mid-grade soul crystals and 41 magic crystal bones, the sword puppet's entire body was shrouded in demonic chi and had reached the limit of level 6 Mystic Beastmaster. However, Yi Qinfeng only had 40 magic crystal bones and a large number of low-grade soul crystals left. I wonder what kind of test is waiting for me in this underwater cave. Yi Qinfeng put the sword puppet into his Qiankuan bag and summoned the golden rock wings. He flew towards the depths of the graveyard at an extremely fast speed to find other opportunities and a way to leave. A spatial black hole. I finally found a way to leave. Yi Chenfeng flew in the desolate graveyard for about 2 days. Through the slowly drifting death qi, he saw a small black in the distant sky. It seemed to be a spatial black hole. He immediately sped up and flew towards it. When Yi Chenfeng approached the spatial black hole, his keen perception detected a dangerous aura from the black, dead pool below the black hole. He immediately held the 2 shadow-transforming golden needle talismans in his hand and flapped the golden rock wings to slowly approach the black hole. When he was about 10 meters away from the black, dead pool, Yi Chenfeng suddenly stimulated the golden rock bloodline and greatly increased his flying speed. He turned into a dark golden light and accelerated towards the spatial black hole. Bang! A towering water column soared into the sky like a huge black dragon and bombarded Yi Chenfeng. Black Turtle King, Black Demon, you were indeed hiding below. Suddenly attacked by the towering water column, Yi Chenfeng quickly controlled the profound cold spirit water to defend and directly froze the black water column. He saw Black Turtle King and Black Demon rushing out of the dead pool and quickly approaching. Yi Chenfeng, I want your life. When the Black Tortoise King heard about the death of the Snake Demon King from the Black Demon, he immediately flew into a rage. He let out an uncontrollable roar at Yi Chenfeng and quickly approached him. Shadow-transforming golden needle talisman. The Black Tortoise King was Yi Chenfeng's greatest danger. Without waiting for it to get close, Yi Chenfeng detonated a shadow-transforming golden needle talisman and attacked the Black Tortoise King with extreme speed. The golden rock talisman. Black Turtle King's soul was golden rock talisman. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Chenfeng quickly flapped his golden rock wings and flew towards the spatial black hole. Seeing Yi Chenfeng use the talisman to injure Black Turtle King's soul, Black Demon didn't blindly approach Yi Chenfeng. He summoned the demon-killing array and controlled it to release endless demonic light, bombarding the spatial black hole. He wanted to seal the spatial black hole and not let Yi Chenfeng escape. Seeing the demonic light released by the demon-killing array enveloping the spatial black hole and releasing endless destructive power, Yi Chenfeng didn't retreat. Instead, he directly rushed forward. Roar! A terrifying dragon's roar sounded out as a 1,000-meter long blood dragon image appeared behind Yi Chenfeng. The terrifying dragon's might shook the heavens and earth, causing the Black Turtle King to instinctively feel a trace of fear, and its attack speed slowed down. 7th Sword of Judgment, Extreme Cold. Yi Chenfeng roared. He merged the power of the blood dragon and controlled the power of the great Tao. He forcefully bombarded the spatial black hole with demonic light. Rumble! The endless demonic light was attacked by the extreme cold sword light. There was a violent explosion, and cracks appeared on the surface of the demonic light. 600,000 pounds of strength explode. The demonic light that sealed the black hole shattered. Yi Chenfeng's entire body exploded with astonishing power. The 1,000-meter-long blood dragon once again appeared around his body. It circled around him and collided with the broken demonic light with him. Boom! The shattered demonic light was shattered by Yi Chenfeng's full force. Under the unwilling gaze of Black Turtle King and Black Demon, Yi Chenfeng crashed into the spatial black hole and disappeared under the chaotic sky. Chase! Seeing Yi Chenfeng crash into the spatial black hole, the furious Black Tortoise King and Black Demon soared into the sky. They both flew into the spatial black hole and chased after Yi Chenfeng. Palace! Yi Chenfeng passed through the spatial black hole and discovered that he had entered a great hall that exuded an ancient aura. The estate spirit that he had met in the outer hall had appeared in the great hall. Junior, we meet again, the palace spirit said in a deep voice. Senior, is Nick Hang doing well? Yi Chenfeng didn't expect the palace spirit to appear and asked, That little girl is doing well. Under my protection. She has already broken through to the 3rd level of the mystic beast ancestor realm. The palace spirit replied. Feeling that Black Turtle King and Black Demon were about to catch up, Yi Chen-feng didn't dare to stay any longer and asked, "Thank you, Senior, for your protection. Can I continue?" "You are worried about the human and demon behind you, right? Don't worry. In here, without my permission, no one can make a move." The palace spirit seemed to have seen through Yi Chen-feng's thoughts and said in a deep voice. As he spoke, Black Turtle King and Black Demon passed through the spatial black hole and entered the palace. "Little bastard, die for me." When enemies saw each other, their eyes turned red. Looking at Yi Chen-feng, who was not far away, the Black Tortoise King roared. Purple spiritual lightning shot out from its mouth. It turned into a field of lightning and attacked Yi Chen-feng. Just as the destructive violet thunder was about to land on Yi Chen-feng's body, the space in front of Yi Chen-feng started to distort strangely. When the violet thunder hit the distorted space, it disappeared like a clay ox entering the sea. The power of space. Seeing the twisted space in front of him, Yi Chen-feng's heart was in turmoil. The power of space and the power of time were the two most mysterious powers in the universe. Little turtle, this is not a place for you to behave atrociously. If you continue to be impudent, don't blame me for throwing you out of here. The palace spirit issued a deep voice to warn Black Turtle King. Okay, now in the entire cave, aside from the 3 people in the outer palace, only the 3 of you are left. You have come to the ultimate palace and have the chance to choose whether or not to accept the ultimate test. If you pass the test, you will receive the Master's ultimate inheritance. If you fail, you may die here, and if you choose to give up, I will give you a certain reward. The palace spirit saw Black Turtle King behave and said in a low voice, "The sword demon is dead." Knowing that aside from the 3 of them, everyone else was dead, Black Demon's eyes immediately became gloomy. He looked at Yi Chen-feng with eyes full of killing intent. He felt that the sword demon was most likely killed by Yi Chen-feng. "I am willing to accept the ultimate test," Yi Chen-feng said without thinking. "We are willing to." The Black Tortoise King and Black Demon would definitely not miss the opportunity to obtain the greatest fortune in the underwater cave. "Okay, since you are willing to accept the test, there is no turning back. Stand still. I will send you to the test space." With that, Yi Chen-feng and the other 2 felt the space in front of them distort. A large amount of illusory power flashed in front of them. Chapter 235. The 3 of them are your opponents. Only by defeating them can you finally step onto the path of the ultimate will. Those who fail will forever lose the qualification to step onto the path of the ultimate will. The mansion spirit appeared in this murderous space and said in a deep voice, "Senior, how strong are they?" Yi Chen-feng looked at the black-robed man who gave him a great sense of danger and asked, "Their strength is set to be 2 levels higher than yours. That is to say, you have to defeat opponents 2 levels higher than you to pass. Also, when you take the test later, you cannot use any external power or weapons. You can only defeat them with your own strength." The mansion spirit told Yi Chen-feng and the other 2 about the harsh test. What? Defeat opponents 2 levels higher? Knowing the test, the Black Tortoise King's heart fell to the bottom. Although it was the strongest, far stronger than Yi Chen-feng and Heimo, it was impossible for it to defeat a level 6 heavenly beast, which was equivalent to a level 6 beast king. Even if it burned its beast core, it still wouldn't be able to do it. However, for Yi Chen-feng, who had the ability to kill opponents several levels higher than him, it was much easier. Can I choose to give up now? Facing the almost impossible test, the Black Tortoise King had no choice but to retreat. However, it looked at Yi Chen-feng with eyes full of killing intent. In its opinion, Yi Chen-feng was the most likely to pass the test and take everything that was supposed to belong to it. "You have no choice. Now, it's your turn to take the test." The mansion spirit said without a trace of emotion. The Black Tortoise King was so angry that it almost vomited blood. As it said that, a large light screen appeared around the Black Tortoise King's body, isolating the space. The black-robed man, not far from it, suddenly opened his sharp eyes. A suffocating power was emitted from the black-robed man's body. Level 6 Beast King. Feeling the aura from the black-robed man, the Black Tortoise King made up its mind and changed into its strongest battle form. It exploded with more than 1,000,000 gene of strength, like a giant meteorite, hitting the black-robed man with all its strength. The Black Tortoise King crashed with a powerful destructive force. The black-robed man's tall and straight body surged with a powerful force, gathering in his right fist. An unstoppable and horrifying fist light shot out, causing the airflow to surge. It landed on the Black Turtle King's body. Bang! The Black Tortoise King's body trembled. A force beyond what it could withstand surged into its body. It was sent flying with a single punch, slamming into the space wall behind it. A large amount of blood spurted out from its mouth. The difference in strength was too great. The Black Tortoise King looked at the invincible black-clothed man who had sent him flying with a single punch. He felt powerless in his heart. At this time, the black-robed man continued to attack it. The tide-like attacks completely suppressed it, making it unable to fight back. Cracks also appeared on its hard tortoise shell. Don't fight. I admit defeat. The Black Tortoise King's injuries became more and more serious. A large amount of blood flowed out of his mouth. In the end, he lowered his noble head and humbly admitted defeat. Buzz, buzz! The Black Turtle King admitted defeat. The space before him twisted and a powerful teleportation force wrapped around him, sending him out of the cave and back to the vast North Sea. Next, it's your turn. After sending the Mystic Turtle King, who had failed the test, out of the cave spirit cast its gaze at the calm and emotionless Black Demon. I give up the test. The difference in strength between the Mystic Beast Sect and the Reverse Beast King was too great. Even if Black Demon used the Demon Kill formation, it was impossible for him to defeat the second-level Reverse Beast King. He had no choice but to give up the test. Since you've given up, you can also leave. As he spoke, a large amount of teleportation force appeared above Black Demon's head. It enveloped him and sent him out of the cave. Junior, you're the only one left now. The cave spirit cast its gaze at Yi Qinfeng and said in a deep voice, if you can defeat it, you can embark on the final path of will and train your spiritual beast. If you fail, you'll be like them and leave this place. I'm ready. Let's begin. Not to mention the blood dragon that had evolved by 2/3. Just his 600,000 pounds of strength was enough for him to crush a second-level Mystic Beast Sect. Buzz! The black-robed man in front of Yi Qinfeng suddenly opened his eyes and shot a sharp gaze at him. Feeling the black-robed man's sharp gaze, Yi Qinfeng wasn't afraid at all. A 1,000-meter-long blood dragon appeared on his body and roared above his head. The terrifying sound waves shook the surroundings. Yes, he got the heavenly soul blood in the corpse tomb. It seems that he really has a glimmer of hope to inherit Master's legacy. Fist shock all directions. While Yi Qinfeng was summoning the blood dragon, the black-robed man's body flashed slightly and turned into an afterimage to approach Yi Qinfeng. He launched 8 powerful punches at Yi Qinfeng in a row. The power was compressed to the extreme, and the terrifying power made Yi Qinfeng feel suffocated. 600,000 pounds of strength explode. Facing the black-robed man's fist shock all directions attack, Yi Qinfeng quickly covered his body with the blood dragon and condensed it into a soul armor. He exploded with 600,000 pounds of strength to meet the attack. His terrifying physical strength completely made up for the difference in cultivation level. Boom, boom, boom. When the fists collided with each other, there was an ear-piercing explosion and sparks flew in all directions. Facing the black-robed man's fist shock all directions head-on, Yi Chen Feng didn't retreat. Instead, he became more and more courageous. The terrifying blood dragon kept increasing his attack power. The 600,000 pounds of strength allowed him to completely suppress the black-robed man's attack. After a round of fierce attacks, Yi Chen Feng, who was protected by the blood dragon, was unharmed. However, the black-robed man, whose cultivation level was much higher than him, had his clothes severely damaged. Cracks were spreading on the surface of his body. The black-robed man's attack was completely suppressed by Yi Chen Feng. He let out a roar and released a shocking blade shadow from his body. He slashed at Yi Chen Feng. Perfect sword presence break. Yi Chen Feng used his hand as a sword and slashed out a sword shadow that was filled with perfect sword force. The incomparably sharp sword light directly shattered the sword shadow that the black-robed man had slashed down. An endless storm spread around their bodies. In the next moment, Yi Chen Feng used shifting shadow and suddenly disappeared in front of the black-robed man. He instantly appeared behind the black-robed man. When the black-robed man sensed danger and instinctively counterattacked, Yi Chen Feng used the collapsing cloud palm and smashed it fiercely on his chest. The black-robed man's chest collapsed, and his body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Collapsing cloud palm. After the first palm strike, Yi Chen Feng used the collapsing cloud palm consecutively. The palm strikes that were filled with 600,000 pounds of strength bombarded the black-robed man continuously. The black-robed man's body was heavily injured, and he was forcefully smashed into the hard spatial wall. He was severely injured. "It's over," Yi Chen Feng roared. The 600,000 pounds of strength and perfect sword presence intertwined together. A fist that was emitting a demonic glow with a long sword tail smashed onto the black-robed man's shattered body in an insufferably arrogant manner. Chapter 236. Junior, you really didn't disappoint me. Now, you have the qualifications to attempt the final road of will. As long as you can pass this road of will, then you can inherit the inheritance left behind by Master. After Yi Chen Feng punched the black-robed man to death, the mansion's spirit appeared in front of him, looking at him with a gratified expression. Even the tone of its voice had become filled with emotion. "Senior, can you tell me more about this road of will?" Yi Chen Feng knew that this final road of will wasn't simple at all. He wanted to understand it well before stepping onto it. This road of will is a mystical road that Master spent many years gathering when he was nearing the end of his life. Only the soul can enter. On the road of will, there are a total of 8 soul fires burning. They are the fire of the giant rhinoceros, the fire of the saber-toothed tiger, the fire of the mammoth, the fire of the titan python, the fire of the alligator, the fire of the lightning bird, the fire of the demon ape, and the fire of Master's remnant soul. If you want to reach the end of the road of will, you must extinguish these 8 soul fires. And every time a soul fire is extinguished, the power of will within that soul fire will fuse into your soul beast, increasing its strength. Thus, the benefits of attempting the road of will are self-evident. However, there is a time limit to the path of will. If you are unable to extinguish all 8 soul fires within a year, your soul will become nourishment for the path of will, remaining there forever. Thus, when you step onto the path of will, there is only life or death. Also, before stepping onto the road of will, you have a chance to choose. If you choose to give up, then I will give you a reward. But once you step onto the road of will, there is no turning back. The mansion spirit explained in detail. "Senior, may I ask how strong the 8 soul fires are? The giant rhinoceros fire has 3 times the strength of your soul. The saber-toothed tiger fire has 4 times the strength of your soul. And finally, Master's remnant soul fire has 10 times the strength of your soul. Thus, the challenge that awaits you will be very severe. Within a year, the chances of you extinguishing all 8 soul fires is only a mere 1%. The mansion's spirit bluntly attacked Yi Chen Feng. Thank you for your advice, Senior, but I've decided to attempt the road of will. Although Yi Chin Feng felt that the path of will was fraught with dangers, he wholeheartedly pursued the supreme, great Tao and possessed an unyielding heart. No matter how great the difficulty was, it wouldn't hinder his progress. Moreover, the path of will was extremely beneficial to him. He wouldn't give up on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. All right, since you've made up your mind, come with me. With that said, a massive teleportation force appeared beneath Yi Chinfeng's feet. He followed the estate spirit and appeared in a pitch-black space. A 30-meter-long straight road that was engraved with multiplying runes disappeared into the pitch-black space. On this straight road, a faint green and white flame slowly floated. Up ahead is the path of will. Once you have adjusted your condition, you can step onto the path of will at any time. Remember, once you step onto the path of will, your soul will leave your body. You only have 1 year to attempt the path of will. Success or failure will depend on you, the estate spirit said. What a powerful soul force! Standing outside the path of will, Yi Chin Feng could feel that the path of will was flooded with boundless soul force. In particular, that white flame was incomparably strange. Senior, I wonder if you can allow Nick Hang to stay in the cave when I attempt the path of will. I'm afraid that something will happen to her if she leaves. Yi Chin Feng knew that with the temperament of the Black Turtle King and Black Demon, they would never give up. He was afraid that Nick Hang would be implicated by him, so he pleaded. Of course. The estate spirit happily agreed. Thank you, Senior. Obtaining the protection of the estate spirit, Yi Chin Feng felt relieved. Phew! Yi Chin Feng took a deep breath and sat down outside the path of will. He silently adjusted his breathing and adjusted his condition. Around 6 hours later, Yi Chin Feng felt that his soul had reached its peak condition. He took a step forward and stepped onto the path of will. In the next moment, Yi Chin Feng's soul involuntarily separated from his body and entered the path of will. I wish you good luck. I hope that you can pass this path of will and inherit the inheritance left behind by Master. This way, Master will be able to rest in peace. What a powerful pressure! Feeling the pressure above the path of will, Yi Chin Feng's soul felt a trace of pressure. Moreover, when he approached the soul fire, he could smell an intense sense of danger. It was as if the soul fire in front of him was the world's fiercest viper, ready to launch a fatal strike at him at any moment. Blood Dragon! With a thought, Yi Chin Feng's soul expanded infinitely, turning into a 1,000-meter-long blood dragon that emitted a powerful dragon's aura. It howled as it appeared beside the soul fire. Awoo! A deafening, beastly roar rang out. The first soul fire spewed out endless flames and instantly transformed into an 8-meter-tall unicorn rhinoceros that was burning with raging flames. It roared loudly at the blood dragon. 3 times the soul power. Feeling the soul power of the rhinoceros fire, Yi Chin Feng's blood dragon didn't retreat. It opened its bloody mouth and released endless sound waves that attacked the rhinoceros. Dragons were the top spiritual beasts. Being attacked by the dragon's aura released by the blood dragon, the rhinoceros was slightly affected. However, it didn't retreat and released a powerful sound wave to counterattack fiercely. When the 2 powerful sound waves bombarded together, endless soul light stirred up in the path of will, setting off a storm that pervaded the path of will. Attack! Although 1 year seemed to be enough, Yi Chin Feng knew that this path of will wasn't easy to pass. Without wasting too much time, he controlled the blood dragon to launch the first attack. A bloody light flashed in the path of will. The blood dragon's sharp dragon horn flashed with a demonic light. It collided with the rhinoceros at an extremely fast speed. Boom, boom, boom! A deafening explosion sounded. The blood dragon and the rhinoceros fiercely attacked each other on the path of will, stirring up thousands of waves. Although the rhinoceros' soul power surpassed the blood dragon had merged with the heavenly soul blood and evolved by 2/3. Its terrifying attack power completely made up for the difference in soul power. The two soul beasts fought fiercely on the path of will for more than 6 hours. The blood dragon, whose attack and defense were almost perfect, had the absolute advantage and completely suppressed the rhinoceros. Roar! As the blood dragon roared, its huge body quickly twisted and wrapped around the single-horned giant rhino. It opened its bloody mouth and bit the single-horned giant rhino's head. When the rhinoceros was bitten by the blood dragon, its terrifying soul flame suddenly burned, burning the blood dragon and attacking Yi Qinfeng's soul. It made Yi Qinfeng feel as if his soul was being burned by fire. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Bind! Yi Qinfeng endured the excruciating pain in his soul and continued to increase the power of the blood dragon's entanglement. Bit by bit, the single-horned great rhinoceros's huge body was torn apart and turned into white soul flames, which all merged into the blood dragon. After merging with the soul flame, the pain in Yi Qinfeng's soul became even stronger. However, the blood dragon's power increased rapidly with the fusion of the soul flame. After experiencing the benefits of merging with the soul flame, Yi Qinfeng relied on his superhuman willpower and endured bitterly. Chapter 237. Phew! I finally passed the first soul fire. While the blood dragon was fusing with the first soul fire, the second soul fire that was 1,000 meters away lit up. Looking at the second soul fire, Yi Qinfeng discovered that its flames were much more vigorous than the first soul fire. The flames were also twice as big, showing that the soul power it contained was much stronger. Yi Qinfeng stood in place and silently adjusted his breathing for a while, recovering the soul power he had consumed. He slowly walked over and approached the second soul fire. As Yi Qinfeng approached, a violent and tyrannical soul power rushed over. The blazing soul fire instantly transformed into a 10-meter-long, saber-toothed tiger with sharp fangs. It roared at Yi Qinfeng. 4 times the soul power. Sensing the soul energy contained in the saber-toothed tiger, the blood dragon roared. It carried a chilling dragon might as it flew over at an extremely fast speed. The saber-toothed tiger's body was already very big, but in front of the blood dragon, the saber-toothed tiger was as small as a kitten. However, its attack power was extremely terrifying. Its sharp tiger claws and sharp teeth constantly damaged the blood dragon's dragon scales and directly attacked Yi Qinfeng's soul. Roar, roar, roar. Although its soul was constantly injured, the blood dragon didn't slow down its attacks. It roared at the sky and fiercely counterattacked, fighting fiercely with the saber-toothed tiger on the path of will. Chi! The saber-toothed tiger's sharp claws tore a hole in the blood dragon's abdomen. The blood dragon's bloody mouth also bit off the saber-toothed tiger's shoulder and swallowed it. When the saber-toothed tiger's shoulder entered the blood dragon's stomach, it immediately turned into a soul fire that burned Yi Qinfeng's soul. However, as it fused with the soul fire, the blood dragon's soul power increased. The saber-toothed tiger's endurance was very terrifying. No matter how much damage its body received, it didn't reduce its fierce attacks. The dragon and tiger fought fiercely on the path of will for 3 days and 3 nights. Its huge body was full of scars. If it wasn't for Yi Qinfeng's extraordinary willpower, he wouldn't have been able to endure such a high consumption of soul power. Devour! Finally, the severely injured saber-toothed tiger could no longer withstand the waves of ferocious attacks from the blood dragon. Its broken body was torn apart by the blood dragon's sharp claws, turning into scorching soul flames that merged with the blood dragon. The saber-toothed tiger's soul flame was far stronger than the unicorn rhinoceros. Yi Qinfeng's soul was in much greater pain, but he held on bitterly. However, as the saber-toothed tiger's fire completely fused with the blood dragon's huge body expanded by another 100 meters. The ancient pattern on its forehead became even clearer. Phew! The second soul fire extinguished in 3 days. I wonder how long it will take to extinguish the third soul fire. Yi Chen-feng took a deep breath and adjusted his breathing for a while before continuing forward. He approached the third mammoth flame that emitted a light as bright as day. They were fighting fiercely with the mammoth that was more than 50 meters tall and was like a small mountain that was filled with destructive power. At the same time, the Black Tortoise King, who had failed the test and was teleported out of the underwater cave by the mansion spirit, met the Black Demon at the bottom of the trench. What, you also failed? The Black Tortoise King opened its round eyes and looked at the Black Demon with a cold expression. It was impossible to guess what the Black Demon was thinking. For you and me, that test was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. I have a feeling that the mansion spirit is deliberately making things difficult for us. Its goal is to let Yi Chen-feng obtain the inheritance of this cave, the Black Demon said gloomily. You and I are both stronger than Yi Chen-feng. Why did the mansion spirit choose him to be the successor of this cave? The Black Tortoise King said unwillingly. It had a feeling deep in its heart that if it could obtain the inheritance of the cave, it would definitely be able to transform into a powerful holy beast. It would be able to pass the second lightning tribulation and ascend to the illusory heaven domain. I think that Yi Chen-feng must have obtained something in that mysterious tomb and obtained the approval of the mansion's spirit. Thinking of that huge ancient tomb, the Black Demon guessed that the treasure in that ancient tomb was extremely precious. Damn it! If I knew that kid's luck was so good, we would have killed him at all costs, the Black Tortoise King said in a muffled voice. Its voice was full of regret. Actually, it's not a bad thing for him to obtain the inheritance of the underwater cave. As long as you and I guard this place, we won't be afraid of him running away, the Black Demon said viciously. After we kill him, everything on him will be ours. Yes, let's guard this place well. We can't let him run away. The Black Tortoise King nodded and hid at the entrance of the underwater cave with the Black Demon, waiting for Yi Chen-feng to appear. Strong. Too strong. This fire of the mammoth is too strong. The blood dragon and the mammoth fought fiercely for 5 days and 5 nights, but there was still no clear winner. After 5 days and 5 nights of fierce fighting, the blood dragon was riddled with wounds. Its dragon scales were severely damaged, but the mammoth was getting braver as it fought. Its fierce impact constantly knocked the blood dragon's huge body away. Perfect sword form. The blood dragon's power alone couldn't kill the mammoth. Yi Chen-feng's soul spewed out a perfect sword form. It shot out from the blood dragon's bloody mouth and quickly attacked the mammoth's huge body. The perfect sword form's attack power was very sharp, and it was very damaging to the soul. Yi Chen-feng dared to go on the path of will because he relied on the perfect sword form's attack power. The berserk mammoth was attacked by the blood dragon's perfect sword attack. Its huge body was immediately riddled with holes. Waves of scorching white flames burned fiercely, burning the air and making sizzling sounds. The mammoth roared. Its soul flame burned fiercely. Its huge body suddenly accelerated, crushing the wounded blood dragon at an extremely fast speed. Perfect sword form, sword light vortex. The mammoth crushed over with a terrifying impact. The endless sword form continued to surge. The blood dragon's huge body formed a high-speed vortex of sword light. It engulfed the mammoth's huge body and crazily killed it. Soon, the mammoth's huge body was crushed by the perfect sword form. The ferocious soul flame surged into the blood dragon's wounded body, tempering Yi Chen-feng's soul. After the tempering of the third mammoth fire, Yi Chen-feng's soul increased a lot. His willpower was even stronger. The blood dragon had also evolved by 4/5. It would soon evolve into a blood dragon king. Once the blood dragon evolved into a blood dragon king, Yi Chen-feng's chances of passing the path of will would increase greatly. After about 4 hours, Yi Chen-feng's soul completely merged with the mammoth fire. His soul had increased by more than 2 times. The blood dragon had also become even more terrifying. However, when Yi Qinfeng continued to advance and approached the fourth ball of Titan Python fire, his sharp soul detected a terrifying and dangerous aura in the Titan Python fire. At the next moment, the scorching flames turned into a Titan Python that was hundreds of meters long. It released a majestic soul flame power and repulsed the blood dragon in midair. When the blood dragon and the Titan Python fought fiercely, Yi Qinfeng felt immense pressure. The blood dragon's attack was completely suppressed. Even if Yi Qinfeng used his perfect sword form, he couldn't turn the situation around. Hiss! The Titan Python hissed. Its tail that was filled with destructive power whipped the blood dragon's huge body. The terrifying soul power directly smashed the blood dragon's huge body. At the next moment, the Titan Python's bloody mouth kept expanding. It bit the blood dragon's neck. Yi Qinfeng watched as the Titan Python's sharp fangs pierced the blood dragon's neck. A heart-wrenching pain was transmitted to his soul.